I ask at this time that you please silence your mobile phones. Please wait to be recognized. Any of the people being recognized should be speaking from either microphone number 1 in this aisle or microphone 2 over in that aisle. I'll try to recognize you in the order that I see you get in line. While we may not agree on every subject, it is important to remember that we all live in the same community and will continue to do so even after this meeting. For those of you that are new to town meeting, there's a good resource put together by the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth. And interestingly enough, it's called Citizens Guide to Town Meetings. And you can go to the Secretary's website and download that if you'd like to look at that more closely. Are there any people here tonight that are new to the town meeting process? Please raise your hands. I want to applaud you. The town meeting process is one of the purest forms of democracy in the United States. So we welcome you for joining us in this pure form of democracy. As part of the process, I will ask for your votes. Voters have been given this card if you've registered. I will ask if you are in favor, raise your hands, and we'll all raise our hands like this. Hold your hands up so that we can make sure the counts are made. And those opposed can raise their hands when I call for that. Is everything clear in that area? I'd now like to officially begin the meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to remember those we have lost since our last meeting. If I could ask for a moment of silence for those that have passed in the past year. Thank you. Introductions to some of the people you see in the front of the room. In the table that is to my right is the table of our town accountant, our assistant town administrator, town council, and our interim town administrator. Next in line would be the Board of Selectmen, led by the chair, who is Mitch Cohen, my good friend Mitch Cohen. Also, we have the Appropriations Committee, as well as the Financial Planning Committee. And seated in the seats at the very front would be the Northborough School Committee. And if we have any dignitaries or guests in the hall this evening, could you please identify yourselves? Okay, we're just ordinary people tonight. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to the Board of Selectmen for their recognition of individuals and their service.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Mitch Cohen. I chair the Northborough Board of Selectmen. I want to stand before you for a moment to thank several members of our community who have participated in boards and committees and have either decided to end their service by not seeking re-election or have recently resigned or left their board for whatever reason since last year. I'll read their names, their years of service, and the committees or boards that they served on, and I would ask to hold applause until the end. All of these members will receive a plaque thanking for their service from the board. Anthony Petit for 14 years on the Appropriations Committee. Tricia Olival for 3 years on Community Affairs, and Beth Payne for 3 years on Community Affairs. Kelly Marston for 5 years on the Conservation Commission. Bish Nan Wen for 6 years on the Cultural Council. Jennifer Critchlow for 12 years on the Elderly and Disabled Taxation Fund Committee. William Peterson Jr. for 5 years on Financial Planning. Mike DeShano for 4 years on the Historic District Commission. Fran Baxton for 3 years on the Master Plan Implementation Committee. Faith Stevens for 8 years on Parks and Recreation. Jane Walsh for 9 years on Recycling. Scott Rogers for 3 years on the Board of Selectmen. Richard Rand for 23 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals. Jason Perot. Hi there. 9 years on the Board of Selectmen, 10 years on Financial Planning, and 3 years on the Elderly and Disabled Taxation Fund Committee. And I suspect we probably forgot a dozen or two on that list. Thank you very much, Jason. I think you wanted to come up for a moment? Sure. Thank you. Mr. Perot has advised me that I skipped the Youth Commission, which is one of my favorite dozen or 2 dozen committees. I apologize. Casey Rickley for 3 years and Sandra Scott for 15 years on the Youth Commission. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to take this opportunity to make a special acknowledgement for Leslie Rattan. Leslie, back in the day, late 90s, was a parent of children at Peaslee School District. Leslie and I, as parents in this Peaslee School District, served on a Northborough School Committee feasibility study committee, which was looking at Peaslee, Lincoln Street, and the middle school following the renovations that had been done for Proctor and the Z School. Leslie had served on the PTOs. She subsequently was elected and served for 4 years on the Northborough School Committee. Following that, Leslie was elected to the Board of Selectmen and served 6 terms, 18 years on that board, ending last year. Over that period of time, people will recall that we renovated the Lincoln Street School circa 2014 through 16. During that period, Leslie served as the chair of the building committee, and I was pleased to serve as the vice chair of that committee as a representative of financial planning at the time. So, Mr. Moderator, if you would indulge me, I would ask you all to please acknowledge and thank Leslie Rattan for her years of service to the town. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Next on the list of activities is my favorite, reading of the return of the warrant.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I move that we waive the reading of the warrant.
Well, bless you. Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded to waive the reading of the return of the warrant. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Again, I thank you. Those opposed? Now we can begin with the various warrant articles. And this year, as we have done in the past, or at least recent past, is we have what we are referring to as the consent agenda. These are articles that have in the past been, very straightforward articles. There hasn't been any debate. To make things easier for everyone involved, we have decided to put those articles together. What I will do is I will read the title of those articles and what the purpose is. And if anyone has an issue, and if they would just, raise their hand and say hold, we can pull that aside. I anticipate that this will go very smoothly. The first article is Article 1, appointing a deputy moderator. The second article is Article 2, compensating balance agreements, to ensure that we have those agreements in place to be able to continue to do the financing in the coming years. Article number 3, prior year's bills. If there are any bills, those will be taken care of and paid, and that would be part of the consent agenda as well. And the last article on the consent agenda would be the revolving funds authorization of expenditure limits. I did not hear a hold on any of those. I asked at the time for this body, those in favor, please raise your hand for the consent agenda items. Those opposed? The consent agenda has been passed. Article number 4, town budget.
Mr. Moderator, I present Article number 4. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $25,012,129 for town government as displayed in the warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting. And to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred from: transfer from cemetery sale of lots, $13,500. Transfer from debt exclusion premium reserve, $500. Transfer from DPW transportation fund, $2,278. Transfer from conservation commission fees, $2,478. Transfer from Fire Emergency Medical Services Revolving Fund, $384,016. Transfer from Recreation Revolving Fund, $159,969. Transfer from Animal Control Revolving Fund, $28,000. Transfer from PEG Access Cable Related Fund, $301,085. Free cash, $500,000, for a total of $1,391,826, and that the sum of $23,620,303 be raised by taxation.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. May I have the motion, please? And there's a presentation by Jason Little, our town accountant.
All right, good evening. I'm Jason Little. I'm the finance director and town accountant for the town. I have the privilege this year of presenting Article 4, the town's budget. Before we get into talking about some of the specifics of the town's FY24 budget under Article 4, I'm going to make a few remarks about the budget in general. At this time, I would direct you, if you have your town meeting books, to refer to page 35 of it. It displays a balanced budget summary, and that's good news. The town's expenditure plan that's being presented tonight is fully covered by the projected revenues and fund balances that we have on hand. So it's a balanced budget. It's also a level service budget with no significant changes to current services. It maintains our financial reserves. It returns to a pre-pandemic level of OPEB trust funding. It continues important capital investments, and then it does not represent any cuts to operating budgets. So As we saw, as we put this budget together this year, inflation continues to put upward pressure on expense budgets, and especially the utility lines this year. All right, so what were some of the assumptions that went into crafting this budget? That taxes would increase within Proposition 2.5, with excess levy capacity being available for use. No financial reserves beyond the $500,000 in free cash would be used toward the operating budget per our town policy. We would return to funding OPEB, the trust fund, at $550,000. The current year, FY23, we funded it at $300,000, and the prior 2 years we took a pause during the COVID recovery. We're going to contribute $200,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund, and we would continue funding needed capital projects. So what does that look like overall? This pie chart here, again, this town budget mostly is funded by property tax, and this pie chart here represents about $74 million. So the taxes here are $61 million on free cash in the budget for capital, and the operating budget is $1.98 million, just for order of magnitude here. So what does this translate to for a balanced budget? This is $74 million of expenditures. As you see, this community values education, and schools come out on top. The town's operating budget is next, and insurance benefits and debt service down here at 2.9%. Those are other highlights here. So overall, this budget is 3.47% higher than the prior year, so it's a modest increase. So what are some of the key budgets within this pie chart? The general town government budget under Article 4, which we're considering here in this article, increases $975,000, or about 3.98%. The K-8 schools budget is increasing $1.3 million, or 4.9%. Algonquin's operating and debt service assessment to the town of Northborough increases $586,000, or 4.34%. And that'll be considered under Article 7, and then under Article 8 will be Aspet Valley's operating and debt assessment to us, which is an increase of $16,000, or 1.27%. So within Article 4, if you flip back a couple pages in your town meeting book on page 31 and 32, everything that's being considered under Article 4 is listed out there. Those are all the town departments, and everything that under the town's budget we plan to spend money on. So within that, it includes increases for all fiscal 24 collective bargaining agreements. They're all settled with 2% cost of living adjustments. One thing that's included within this budget increase is there's an additional police officer budgeted, and this was due to, this came late breaking in the budget process, where we learned an officer that had been on a long-term leave of absence was returning, and his position had been backfilled. We have a new deputy chief budgeted at $117,000, and that was the culmination of a public safety staffing study with recommendations that have all been recommended going back to 2015. So this is the first year that's being brought forward. Within the MIS GIS budget, there's an increase of $45,000 for enhanced cybersecurity upgrades. And then across all town departments, the utilities increased $114,000. So to translate that to the average single-family homeowner, the tax impact is projected to be $536 on the tax bill for the overall increase this year. And that's not just Article 4, that's the entire budget. The average single-family home is projected to go up 5% under this projection here. So we won't know the actual value of the single-family home until the fall when the tax rate is set. But again, over the years, last year we had a sizable increase in the single-family home value, and again, we predict another increase again. So this is a conclusion. The FY24 budget's within the confines of Proposition 2.5 in our town policies. It maintains our core departmental services and missions. It funds the OPEB trust fund, stabilization reserves, and capital investments. And then it also endeavors to minimize the tax impact on residents. And as well, I should share, I'm going to end this with saying that it's been, the operating budgets have been unanimously supported by the Appropriations Committee, the K-8 School Committee, the Regional School Committee, and the Board of Selectmen. And that concludes my remarks. So, Mr. Moderator, I stay up here if there's any questions.
Thank you. Before we have questions, double checking on the recommendations, do I have a recommendation from the Appropriations Committee?
We unanimously support.
Thank you. And from the Board of Selectmen, please.
We unanimously support this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 4. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $25,012,129 for town government as displayed in the warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting. And to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred. Transfer from cemetery sale of lots is $13,500. Transfer from debt exclusion premium reserve, $500. Transfer from DPW transportation fund, $2,278. Transfer from conservation commission fees, $2,478. Transfer from fire emergency medical services revolving fund is $384,016. Transfer from recreation revolving fund, $159,969. Transfer from animal control revolving fund, $28,000. Transfer from PEG access cable related fund, $301,085. And free cash, $500,000, for a total of $1,391,826. And that the sum of $23,620,303 be raised by taxation. This requires a straight majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 4 has passed. Article 5, Water, Sewer, and Solid Waste Enterprise Funds. Selectman Scott Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and a transfer from available funds the sum of $6,321,960 for the operation of the water, sewer, and solid waste utilities in the amounts of $2,772,795 for the water fund, $2,508,481 for the sewer fund, and $1,040,684 for the solid waste funds. And to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred. From the water fund free cash, $222,795. From the solid waste fund free cash, $165,524. And to raise and appropriate by taxation, the solid waste general fund subsidy, $345,160, for a total of $79,479, and that the sum of $5,588,481 be financed from water, sewer, and solid waste revenues.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation. Scott Charpentier, our
Thank you, Mr.
DPW
Moderator.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The water, sewer, and solid waste budgets are enterprise funds as authorized by state statute. These provide separate accounting and financial mechanisms for municipalities to charge a fee for the services that are provided. This allows a community to demonstrate to the public the portion of operating costs that is recovered through user charges and the portion that is subsidized by the tax levy, if any. I'll present the proposed budgets for water and sewer, and our town engineer will come up and do the budget for the solid waste. On average, the town of Northborough uses approximately 900,000 gallons of water per day, which is purchased entirely from the MWRA. Our water system includes an interconnection with the authority off Bartlett Street, 2 water storage tanks, and 4 inactive drinking water wells. The system serves approximately 80% of the community, with the remaining properties served by private wells. The proposed FY24 Water Enterprise Fund operating budget is $2,772,795. This is an increase of $136,692, or 5.2% over the FY23 budget. The budget increase is attributed to 2 main factors. One is reinstatement of $75,000 worth of programs that were postponed due to the financial impacts of COVID. And there was a substantial increase in both utility costs and material costs this year. Revenue for FY23 is expected to meet projections, while revenue for FY24 is expected to be level with FY23 or possibly go down a bit. We evaluate our revenue and our rates annually, and rate adjustments will be made after completion of a rate study later this summer. Approximately 30% of the Northborough residents have access to the town wastewater collection system. The sewer collection area includes 9 pump stations and discharges all of our flow to Marlborough's Westerly wastewater treatment plant. The proposed FY24 Sewer Enterprise Fund operating budget is $2,508,481. This represents an increase of $110,993, or 4.6%. Over the FY23 budget. The increase is attributed to 2 factors: approximately $45,000 of an increase to the City of Marlborough's user charges, as well as substantial increases in utilities and material costs, similar to the Water Enterprise Fund. Northborough's share of the $30 million Marlborough treatment plant improvements that occurred almost a decade ago and our associated cost of operations is still uncertain due to an ongoing legal battle with our intermunicipal agreement. Anticipating significant cost increases due to that negotiation, the town has instituted a series of incremental increases to Marlborough's base charge. Pending completion of these negotiations and a rate study, we'll determine whether rate adjustments will be needed. Our town engineer here.
Good evening. The Solid Waste Enterprise Fund involves the administration of 2 separate contracts: a collection contract, which requires the curbside collection and disposal of recyclable materials every other week, and for the curbside collection of solid waste on a weekly basis. All solid waste is then delivered to the Wheelbarrow facility in Millbury in accordance with the town's long-term disposal contract. The fiscal year 24 solid waste budget is $1,040,684, which represents a 12.1% increase from last year. In fiscal year 24, the appropriation again contains a $10,000 contingency reserve account to ensure funding for the potential of an unforeseen event in the coming year. In 2015, the disposal contract with Wheelbarrow facility was renegotiated, providing a lower tipping fee, thereby reducing some of our long-term costs. The total fee revenues in fiscal year 24 are estimated to be $530,000, and the projected general fund subsidy is $345,160, along with a transfer from the solid waste fund free cash of $165,524. This allows us to reach the total fiscal year solid waste budget of $1,040,684. The Pay-As-You-Throw program initiated back in January of 2003 continues to be successful, as shown in the chart behind me, which indicates recycling volumes have been holding steady for the last several years, while trash is showing a slight increase since the pandemic. Be happy to answer any questions, along with the DPW director.
Before we have any questions, I'll ask for the recommendations on the part of the Appropriations Committee
Appropriations unanimously supports this.
and from the Board of Selectmen, please.
Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any debate on Article 5? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 5. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $6,321,960 for operation of the water, sewer, and solid waste utilities in the amounts of $2,772,795 for the water fund, $2,508,481 for the sewer fund, and $1,040,684 for the solid waste fund. And to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred. From water fund free cash, $222,795. From the solid waste fund free cash, $165,524. And to raise and appropriate by taxation solid waste general fund subsidy of $345,160 for a total of $733,479, and that the sum of $5,588,481 be financed from water, sewer, and solid waste revenues. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 5 passes. Article 6, Northborough K-8 schedule budget.
Good evening. I move the town of let me start over. Motion 6, Article 6. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $28,001,227 for the operation of the Northborough Public Schools.
Motion has been made and seconded. May I have the motion? Okay, we have a presentation, and the presentation will be by Greg Martineau, Superintendent of Schools.
Good evening, I'm Greg Martineau, and I have the privilege of serving as your superintendent, and I'm pleased this evening to present the school committee voted FY24 budget. The budget process really is driven around mission and vision. The mission of our school district is quite simple but powerful. It's to educate, inspire, and challenge all students. The vision is that our students will be able to leave the pre-K through 8 experience being strong collaborators, critical and creative thinkers, communicators, socially and civically engaged, growth-oriented, and healthy and balanced. The budget process is driven by our strategic plan, Vision 2026, and outlines 5 strategic objectives. The budget process is also driven by the school committee's budget priorities. The process begins early in August and takes a team effort and really centers around what we hope to accomplish. The school committee voted budget is $28,001,227, which represents a 4.9% increase over fiscal year 23. This year was unique in terms of the budget process. The budget drivers for fiscal year 24 were out-of-district collaborative and tuitions. We saw a 14% increase on out-of-district placements due to an increase that was given by the Operational Services Division. We also negotiated a new special education transportation contract. That was $156,852 increase. We are in contract negotiations with all of our collective bargaining agreements and associations. That represents a $632,519 increase. Like the other town departments, the school department also is experiencing increased costs of electricity and heating. And lastly, substitute nurses and teachers have increased to $62,850. So the overall budget drivers for the fiscal year 24 budget totals $1,377,720. Those were offset with ESSER, attrition and retirements, and using grant funds. So the budget before you this evening is again $28,001,227, which is a budget increase of $1,308,274, which is an increase over FY23 of 4.9%. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Before we have questions, I'd like to hear from the committees as far as their recommendations go. Appropriations Committee, please.
Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
The K through 8 School Committee, please. Thank you. K through 8 unanimously approves. And the Board of Selectmen, please.
Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 6. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $28,001,277 for operation of the Northborough Public Schools. Again, this is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 6 passes. Article 7, Northborough Southborough Regional School District Budget. Joan Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt services of the Northborough Southborough Regional School District, the sum of $14,072,539.
Motion has been made and seconded.
At this time, I'd like to have our Superintendent of Northborough Southborough Schools, Mr. Greg Martineau, to make the presentation.
Again, Superintendent Martineau, please.
Again, I will share that I worked very closely with a pre-K through 8 superintendent on this budget. So again, I won't repeat the process in terms of a mission and vision-driven organization. We strive to graduate our students to be collaborators, critical and creative thinkers, communicators, socially, civically engaged, growth-oriented, healthy and balanced, and ready for the next chapter in their lives, whether that's college, career, or military. The budget process, again, begins early on in August. It includes a lot of input and feedback from faculty, staff, central office leadership, and the school committee. At this point in time, the school committee voted budget is $26,590,346, which represents a 3.36% increase over fiscal year 23. In terms of the fiscal year 24 budget drivers for the region, Worcester Regional Retirement System, we saw an increase of a little over $93,000. Special ed out of district transportation, an increase of $124,000. Utilities, electricity and heating, $127,400. Insurances, health, liability, and workers' comp, $331,766. And lastly, salary increases and cost of living adjustments, $574,602, which totaled a little over $1.2 million. So before you this evening is a fiscal year budget of $26,590,346, which represents a 3.36% increase over fiscal year '23. In terms of the distribution of the assessment based on the regional agreement, we have our Chapter 70 aid, regional transportation aid, and revenues for a total of $395,804. That is subtracted from the aggregate budget, which is $22,604,542. We subtract the minimum local contribution from both communities, and we have a FY24 budget after required contributions, which is $9,271,643. Based on the regional apportionment, based on enrollment, Northborough's portion is 61.22% of the non-exempt assessment calculation. So the apportionment by the regional agreement is $5,676,100. The minimum local contribution for Northborough is $8,158,220 for a total of $13,834,320. So the difference between the FY23 assessments is $1,823,000. So the percent increase was 7.8% in terms of the assessment. The Regional School Committee has applied excess and deficiency of $675,000, which reduces the tax burden. So applying E&D, the total amount is $587,588 for a budget increase of 4.58%. And I will share, don't break your glasses before a town meeting. So these are my spare glasses, unfortunately, so thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you. Before we have any discussion or debate, I'd like to get the recommendations from the Appropriations Committee, please.
Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
Thank you. And from the Regional School Committee, please. Okay, there's unanimous approval from the Regional School Committee and from the Board of Selectmen, please.
The Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any debate on Article 7? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District. The sum of $14,072,539. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 7 passes. Article 8, Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District Budget. Virginia Sims George. Mrs. George.
Mr. Moderator, good evening, everybody. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate for the taxation Northborough's share for the assessment for the Assabet Valley Regional School, the amount of $1,301,588.81.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. We have a presentation from the superintendent and director of the Assabet Valley Regional Technical High School.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Ernest Houle. I'm the Superintendent Director at Assabet Valley. I do not have a presentation for you, but we did provide you with some budget books that were up in the back. What I can share with you is that the FY24 budget for Assabet total is a $25,288,374 budget. The primary drivers for that budget are special education costs. We've also have seen a shift in our rise in our in-district student population of enrollment. We have 101 more students than we had in the last FY23. 61 of those students are in our freshman class. So with that being said, what happens is there's a cost shift, a sharing of the revenue that's generated that in the past, without a district tuition revenue, has been able to offset the assessments for our member communities. The pages that I'll direct you to are page 12 within the book. Just quickly, as I highlight a couple of things. I'm gonna put my glasses back on. Greg had a great recommendation. In that the enrollment changes, you'll see for moving into FY24, there's actually a reduction of 4 students for Northborough. But the overall, based on the minimum local contribution, shows a 1.27% increase from your assessment from last year. As I mentioned, our enrollment trends, we had about 257 students from out of district, and in FY20, for this year, it's 156. So we've dropped that 101. The other page that I'll ask you to take a quick look at is page 28. And page 28 basically shows our breakdown of minimum local contribution in OPEB. So the change in, this is the 8th year of a debt service payment of $126,176. That was towards the renovation project that took place at Assabet in the beginning in the FY13 school year. And that percentage of enrollment average of what your debt service is based on was a 3-year average, which will remain at that percentage through the duration of that debt service payment. The other factor that I had mentioned was with the shifting of revenues, you'll see that in some of our expenditure function codes, there's some larger shifts or changes with the percentages of dollars. And what's happening is we're reducing our reliance on that out-of-district tuition, and that will be shifting to our member assessments as our out-of-district population decreases because of the increase in of our in-district students. Currently this year, Northborough has 64 students that are at Assabet, and if you took a look at page 35, there's a more town distinction of which programs those students are participating in, and then what the fast facts were for your 2022 graduates. The one thing that I will say that it's a pleasure to be before you, and as always, your continued support. Assabet prides itself on providing rigorous academics and high-quality career and technical programming. As you know, we're an extension of your school district to provide that educational delivery model that may not be offered directly here in Northborough. So I just want to lastly say to recognize your esteemed representative for Assabet, Ms. Virginia Sims-George, who also serves as the chair of the school committee.
Thank you. May I have the recommendations from the Appropriations Committee, please?
Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
And the Board of Selectmen.
The Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Okay. Any discussion, any debate on Article 8? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District, the sum of $1,301,581. This is a majority vote. Those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 8 passes. Article 9, please. Article 9 is the establishment of Health Department Revolving Fund. Julianne Hirsch.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to amend Chapter 1-56 of the Northborough Town Code, Section 1-56-051, Departmental Revolving Funds, Paragraph E, by adding to the table of funds the text as shown in the warrant so as to establish a revolving fund authorized to and for the use of the Northborough Health Department, and to set the annual expenditure limit for fiscal year 2024 at $150,000.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. We have a presentation by Kristen Black, our Health Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, my name is Kristen Black, and I serve as your Health Director. The Health Department has grown substantially over the last few years and now has the capacity to offer programming and vaccine clinics for the public. While many of these health programs and initiatives have been funded with grants and aid during the pandemic, the establishment of a revolving fund would ensure the continuance of programming in the event that grants and aid are not available. Article number 9 establishes a new revolving fund for the Health Department. Several other departments in town already have a revolving fund and are listed in Article number 10 of the warrant. These include Library, Fire Department, Council on Aging, and Youth and Family Services departments. Revolving funds can be used to collect program fees or medical insurance reimbursements to cover program expenses. Massachusetts general law requires that an annual expenditure limit be set each year for revolving funds established under Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half of Massachusetts general law. The annual expenditure limit is proposed at $150,000, which is half the annual expenditure limit for the Council of Aging revolving fund and only 20% of the annual expenditure limit for the Fire Department's revolving fund, as noted in Warrant Article 10. Given that the Health Department is responsible for emergency dispensing of medications and sheltering, for example, the expenditure limit was kept high in the event of a pandemic or an emergency. This article does not raise an appropriate funding. It only establishes an account to establish fees and collect insurance reimbursements. This creation of this revolving fund would not impact Health Department permitting fees. All Health Department permitting fees, such as septic, food establishment, wells, tobacco, etc., will continue to be deposited into the general fund. The Board of Health and the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee unanimously supported this article. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And as was previously mentioned, the Appropriations Committee unanimously supported this, as well as the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee. Any questions, any discussion on Article 9? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Chapter 1-56 of the Northborough Town Code, Section 1-56-051, Departmental Revolving Funds, Paragraph E, by adding to the table of funds the text as shown in the warrant, so as to establish a revolving fund authorized and to and for the use of the Northborough Health Department, and to set the annual expenditure limit for fiscal year 2024 at $150,000. Simple majority for this one. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 9 passes. Article 10, Revolving Funds Authorization of Expenditure Limits. Mitch Cohen?
I believe we approved that in the consent agenda, sir.
Oh, you're right. You know what? We're better than I thought we were. Article 11, Appropriations Committee Reserve Funds. Julianne Hirsch.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $175,000 for a reserve fund to provide for extraordinary or unforeseen expenditures in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 6, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $175,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. We have a presentation by Jason Little.
All right, thank you. Annually, we create what's called the Appropriations Committee Reserve Fund within the general fund. What this is, it's a line within the budget that provides for extraordinary and unforeseen expenses that come up from time to time. The purpose of this is so that a department or somebody facing one of these expenses can go forward to the Appropriations Committee and they could release this money as a transfer into their budget mid-year, without having to call a special town meeting or take some other extraordinary actions. This fund, it's level funded with the last year, proposed to be level funded with the last year. It's $175,000 and it's proposed to come from free cash. Most commonly, this fund is used at the end of the year to cover snow and ice overages. And snow and ice is an unusual expense line within the budget in that it can be overspent legally. So at the end of the year, the remedy for the overspending is carrying it forward to the next year to raising the tax rate. And most frequently, we use this fund to cover that overage so that that deficit isn't carried forward. That concludes my remarks, and I'll wait up here in case
Thank
there's
you.
questions.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 11, please?
Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
Thank you. Any questions, any debate on Article 11? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $175,000 for a reserve fund to provide for extraordinary or unforeseen expenditures in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 6, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $175,000 be transferred from free cash. Again, this is a majority vote. All in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 11 has passed. Article 12, Stabilization Fund Contribution. Jason Perot, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $200,000 for transfer to the stabilization fund, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $200,000 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. We have a presentation from Jason Little.
Again, this fund is enabled by Mass General Law. The stabilization fund is what's sometimes called a rainy day fund. Our town's reserves are very healthy. They remain at approximately 8%. And transferring this $200,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund will be looked upon favorably by bond rating agencies. Back in 2015, our bond rating was increased to AA1, and that's been upheld for various debt issues throughout the years since, and we want to make sure it stays that high. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 12, please?
Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
Thank you. Any questions, any debate on Article 12? Yes. If you could go to microphone number 2, please.
What will this bring the new balance of the stabilization fund? What will be the total balance in the fund after this transfer is made?
Could we have your name and address, please?
John Northgraves, 47 Cherry Street.
Thank you.
Through the moderator, the answer to that question is we have approximately $5 million in the stabilization fund, and this will bring it to about $5.2 million.
Any other questions? Any debate? Hearing none, this is what we are voting on for Article 12. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $200,000 for transfer to the stabilization fund, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $200,000 be transferred from free cash. Again, a simple majority. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 12 has passed. Article 13, appropriation of opioid settlement funds. Julianne Hirsch.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $107,123 for the use of the town administrator through the Board of Selectmen to provide for substance abuse abatement activities following the town's participation in the statewide opioid settlements negotiated by the Massachusetts Attorney General, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $107,123 be transferred from free cash.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Jason Little, another presentation.
Okay, so the purpose of this article is to appropriate money into a special article to segregate receipts that we've received to date from a statewide legal settlement with opioid manufacturers and distributors. By way of signing on to that agreement, we've agreed to specific spending requirements, and this would be able to, for us to be able to align the spending with the revenue that's coming in and be able to live up to that agreement. This money is $107,000, and it's of approximately $917,000 that we're expected to receive through fiscal year 2039.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 13, please?
Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
Thank you. Any questions on Article 13 or debate? Hearing no questions or debate, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $170,123 for the use of the town administrator through the Board of Selectmen to provide for substance abuse abatement activities following the town's participation in the statewide opioid settlements negotiated by the Massachusetts Attorney General, and to meet said appropriations, the sum of $107,123 be transferred from free cash. A majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 13 passes. Article 14, senior tax relief. Selectman Mitch Cohen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm very happy to move that the town vote to increase the maximum qualifying gross receipts that seniors, persons 65 or older, may have in the prior calendar year to be eligible to defer property taxes under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41A, from $20,000 to $64,000, and to change the rate of interest that accrues on property taxes deferred under said Clause 41A from 8% to 4%, with such rate to apply to taxes assessed for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2023.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Jason Little will make the presentation.
Okay, some time ago, a number of departments got together and were charged with discussing the issue of senior tax relief. And this is just one element that is available to the town to enact. The town's always had a 41A senior tax deferral program. Typically, it's not used very frequently. We have between 0 and 1 person participating in this program at any given time. It came to light that a number of our neighbors had adopted local options to change some of the parameters around it, and so far, up to this date, the town has only had the default rates in the law. So what we came together with was a recommendation, and that recommendation was supported by the selectmen, to lower the interest rate of this program from 8% to 4%, and then increase the household income limit to the maximum in the law now, which is $64,000.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear from the Board of Selectmen on Article 14.
The Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any questions or debate on Article 14? Yes. I'm not opposed to the article as written. Can you please use the microphone so everyone can hear you? I have no problem, but there are people behind you.
Gib Chase, 6 Kimball Lane down in Juniper. The tax issue is a major one, as all of you know, throughout the country, the state, and here in Northborough. And while I'm not opposed to the article as written here, I would like to call for a special town meeting and work group on tax relief for seniors, low income, middle class, and others that need it. It has become, cost of living and property tax expenses have become a major problem, and we need to deal more with it. There's several other options to consider that other states and towns have been implementing, and we need to do more. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Over here on microphone 2.
Carter Brannon, 22 Sherlin Drive. I was just curious as to why the interest rate was being lowered to 4% and not something lower than that, for example.
Mr. Moderator, I'm hearing the question being, why was the choice made to lower the interest rate to 4% from 8%? The reasoning was that it was in line with what other communities were doing. The average taxpayer pays an interest rate that's much higher than that when their taxes are late. It was no more than the decision made to cut the interest rate in half.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 14. I move the town vote to increase the maximum qualifying gross receipts that seniors, persons 65 or older, may have in the prior calendar year to be eligible to defer property taxes under the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41A, from $20,000 to $64,000, and to change the rate of interest that accrues on property taxes deferred under said clause 41A from 8% to 4%, with such rate to apply to taxes assessed for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2023. Again, a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 14 passes. Article 15, CIP Police Cruiser Replacements. Jason Perot.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $190,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase of 3 new police vehicles, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $190,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. We have a presentation from our police chief, William Liver.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's our annual appeal to keep the tires underneath our police officers in safe and running condition. As I've mentioned to you many years before, we have a well-established replacement scheme for our vehicles so that we can get efficient mileage out of them and keep repair costs down and keep the trade values up, the trade-ins. We replace 3 vehicles one year, 2 vehicles the next, and it rotates. This year happens to be a little bit different in that the town meeting, the first town meeting during COVID, we had one cruiser cut in order to meet some of the financial losses that the town had experienced. This year is the year that we're making that up to bring the fleet back up to its original size. Again, we purchased the cruisers with 5-year or 4-year, depending on the manufacturer, extended warranties, which keeps our maintenance costs down, and that's why we replaced them on the schedule that we have now. So I would request your support and that you support your police department. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Before we have questions, I'm going to ask the Appropriations Committee for their recommendation.
Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
Thank you. And also the Financial Planning Committee, their recommendation.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, any debate on Article 15? Yes.
Yes, Tim Houlihan, 15 Deacon Street. I'm not opposed to the article. I just have a question about free cash. We seem to be transferring a lot of free cash. What is our free cash balance now, and what will it be if every article passes? And where does the free cash come from?
I'll defer to the Finance Director.
Mr. Moderator, the question was how much will our free cash balance be at the end of this? Our certified free cash is about $2.44 million, and at the end of this, we'll have approximately $500,000 left, if everything is approved.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 15. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $190,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase of 3 new police vehicles, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $190,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. Again, a majority vote for all of you. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Chief, you got your vehicles. Article 16, police station exterior repairs and painting. Julianne Hirsch.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $70,000 for the use of the police department to fund the repair and painting of the exterior of the Northborough Police Station, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $70,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Chief, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If anybody's driven by the police station recently, and you took a close look at it, it's looking pretty pathetic. It was scheduled to be painted last year. I had put money in the capital plan to request a town meeting approval so that it could have gotten done last year. That didn't make it through to the final budget. The last time the station was painted was probably about 10 years ago, and at that time it was done by the Sheriff's Department with worker release community service talent, which was done for cost and 5 meals a day. Since COVID, they have not reinstituted the community service project. So it was actually initially going to be done about 5 years ago. But COVID interrupted that. So it's basically, it's a stained building. It's clapboard. It's 34 years old. Wood frame, which it never should have been, but that's not my problem. Actually, it is now. We've had damage to the building through boring insects. We had to hire an exterminator. A lot of the fascia boards and trim work is rotted, and it's in need of a facelift. And so the process goes out to bid, and preliminary quotes came in at around $65,000 to $70,000.
Thank you. May I hear from appropriations on Article 16, please?
Mr. Moderator, Appropriations unanimously supports this article.
And from financial planning, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Are there any questions, any debate on Article 16? That's for the next town meeting.
That's for the next chief. Thank you.
Okay, this is what we're voting on for Article 16. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $70,000 for the use of the police department to fund the repair and painting of the exterior of the Northborough Police Station, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $70,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. It is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 16 passes. Article 17, Fire Engine 1 replacement. Mitch Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the use of the fire department for the purchase of one new Engine 1, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $900,000 be raised by borrowing in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or any other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to issue bonds or notes thereafter, or therefore.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Chief Parenti?
I'll skip through yours, Bill. Is that okay? So this is, Article 17 is a typical CIP replacement for us. We have a 6 to 10 year replacement program. This is to replace Engine 1, which is a 2005 emergency E1 engine. It ran 10 years as frontline and 10 years as backup and reserve. At the time this new vehicle comes in, we'll actually be past the time to replace this. We're looking at 18, we've received any quotes for anywhere between 18 and 36 months to get a new fire engine in. Prices are going up on engines, it's crazy, I don't know why it's going up so high, but we need to have 3 engines according to the Insurance Service Organization to retain our ISO rating of 3, which affects all residential and commercial insurance.
Thank you. May I hear from appropriations on Article 17, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article. However, the Appropriations Committee also recommended unanimously to the Board of Selectmen to use available ARPA grant funds to eliminate any tax impact.
Thank you. May I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Is there any discussion, any debate on Article 17?
Hello.
Yes, here on microphone number 1, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Rüdiger Volk, 137 East Main Street. What is the appropriate use of this fire engine? You said some numbers, but how many fires were extinguished? Is the condition of the fire engine to your recommendation so badly that it needs to be replaced, really replaced? And I see also that you said legally it needs to be in this town 3 fire engine, if I'm right. So, and what would be the resale cost, or what is the procedure for the town to get rid of the old fire engine.
Chief?
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. As far as the number of fires it responds to fires within town, without and outside of town. We respond to approximately, talking actual building fires, about 20 a year, but we also respond to brush fires. So we just had the 120-acre fire up on Pisgah, which this truck worked at. Responds to car fires, responds to medical calls, responds to motor vehicle accidents, so it doesn't respond to just fire calls. As far as the second part of your question was, the resale. So what happens is when we pick a vendor, that vendor will come in and look at the vehicle and give us a number on that and what they'll give us for a trade-in value. Could be anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 to $30,000, and then what they normally do is they sell those overseas or in South America to fire departments down there.
Over here, please. Microphone 2.
Norm Corbin, 35 Whitney Street. I'm absolutely in favor of the fire truck, but I don't think this is the way to pay for it. My recommendation is it should be paid with the ARPA money so we can keep our tax rates down. So I'll be voting no for this, but I want to make it clear it's not no for the fire engine, it's no for the funding practice. Thank you.
Microphone 1, please.
Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. Maybe a question for the finance director. What is the estimated tax impact of the borrowing of this $900,000?
Over a 10-year term, it's estimated about $16.25 to the average single-family taxpayer.
And do you have an estimate of what the total amount would be then that we'd be paying, as opposed from $900,000, it'd be 1 point whatever million?
Yeah, it would be about $247,000 in interest.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll point to folks in town meeting in your booklet on pages 45. You have a paragraph, second from the bottom, that describes information from the Appropriations Committee on their thoughts on this. You also have on page 55, second paragraph on that page, information from the financial planning on their thoughts of this as well. This represents one time in our history that we have a disagreement between financial committees and the Board of Selectmen on how to spend free cash and to purchase our capital equipment. This has been a contentious topic, one that I would urge you to still support the fire department, but hopefully raise your voices to the select board to appropriate the money to pay for it from ARPA funding. Rather than sitting on the cash that we have, I'd rather see no tax impact to you all. Thank you.
Right over here, microphone 2.
Mr. Moderator, at your leisure, I'd like to offer some additional input from the Board of Selectmen. I'll let you decide when that is.
You certainly can do that. It will. I'll just have the people wait. Is it a long response?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Following up on the comments about use of ARPA funds versus debt funds to do this, it all works out in the wash. The $2.5 million that the town still has available of the $4.5 of ARPA money that we received from the federal government will be used for things that eventually, if not paid for by ARPA, would come to town meeting and be applied to taxes. The Board of Selectmen feels that the flexibility offered by the ARPA funds, that they can be allocated at a simple board meeting by a vote rather than wait for a town meeting that we generally only hold once a year, is important. We've funded some projects, small and large, with that. So, for example, at the same meeting where the fire engine was discussed and not supported for use of ARPA funds, we did receive a request for $1.7 million from the school committee to fund a school roof at the Proctor School. And because there were time issues of getting started on that right away before town meeting perhaps, we thought it wise to go ahead and use 1.7 million of ARPA funds for that. Hope that answers some of your questions. Thank you.
Over here, microphone number 2, please.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. The contention comes in, I think, that we have appointed boards that are for advisory purposes, trying to take elected boards who are charged with how the money is supposed to be spent. On March 14th, 2022, at a BOS meeting, there was a proposed CIP and ARPA projects put down, of which this fire engine was here as a replacement for $800,000. Because the public didn't get input before any of this ARPA money had already been appropriated or suggested to be appropriated, 2 residents put some time into getting a public forum, which was on the 23rd of March. Then there was another one that happened in June, again with public responses. And at those 2 times, the public in general did not want to use the ARPA money for capital expenditure of this nature. They wanted to be able to use ARPA funds to be able to go out and do things that have not yet been done because we never seem to have the money to take care of things like sidewalks or repairs or any of those other items that always go on the back burner. We have money put aside for capital improvements that seem to go behind the capital expenditures for the vehicles that we have in this town. And as much as I totally support the police and the fire and the DPW, I think it's time to share some of that and let the town start to use some of the ARPA money as it was meant to be used. It was not originally meant to be used for capital improvements or capital expenditures of this nature. And I think that it's something that shows a need to be able to share this with the general population for things more than vehicles. Thank you very much.
Microphone number 1, please.
Jeff Amberson, 260 Green Street. So I was curious about ARPA funds. So Google's kind of a cool thing. You can look up kind of what the guidelines are. I'm going to read to you verbatim what it says. It says, investment in critical infrastructure is particularly well-suited use of ARPA funds because it is a non-reoccurring expenditure that can be targeted to strategically important long-term assets. A fire truck fits that. All we heard is we want to save it for something that might come up. That doesn't tell me that it's strategically important. The second bullet that I'd like to tell you says finance officers will play a critical role in highlighting the need to use ARPA funds prudently with an eye towards long-term financial stability and sustainable operating performance. Why aren't we listening to our financial boards? They unanimously are against this. I mean, what do we have them for if we're not going to listen to them? I mean, it's spelled out specifically that that's what this money is for. It's not a slush fund to put on the side because we might have something down the road. This is a perfect example of, using something that is not intended. You don't just put this in the back pocket and hope. Let's use it for what it's intended for. At the same time, let's help out the taxpayer. Through the last 20 years, the board, along with the financial committees, has strived to use money that was on hand for one-time expenditures so that we don't increase debt. Why are we at this stage of the game going against that policy? A policy that has kept this town within good financial state and has served us well. Now all of a sudden we decide we want to just, deviate from that. I think it's a bad policy.
Over here, microphone number 2, please.
Marilee Borden, 63 Little Pond Road. I also spent a lot of time doing homework on ARPA and doing a lot of Googling. I was one of the hosts of the forum that Ms. Maselli referenced last March, and I attended the second forum in June. And what I heard from town residents across the board was support for initiatives with ARPA funding, for supporting things like mental health, supporting economic needs of needy families in town, supporting economic development to bring new businesses to town, downtown revitalization. These are all things that were proposed throughout our residents for use of ARPA funds. And I heard unanimously or overwhelmingly from people that they did not support using it for capital funds. I'm a little surprised to hear it come up tonight because there was a Board of Selectmen initiative this spring where they listened to all the input from the town. They weighed the benefits and of all of the potential options for ARPA funding, and they made a decision. Our elected officials, the people that we appointed last May and prior, made a decision to not use the ARPA funds in support of the, going towards the fire engine. So I'm surprised that it's being brought up now because I feel like the residents have been heard and our elected officials made a decision. So I don't know why we're going backwards. Thank you.
I'm going back to number 2 again.
Tim Kalin, 42 Davis Street. I just want to note that I am the chair of the Appropriations Committee. We unanimously supported using ARPA funds to pay for the fire truck, specifically to not pass on the tax burden to the community. 2 of the reasons why we did that, public safety, I think, is probably the #1 reason to use ARPA funds. It's not a fire truck. It is a vehicle. It is a tool that is used to protect us all. As we saw in the last couple weeks, the fire on Mount Meshuggah, and there was a house explosion in Berlin that our fire department helped out with. The firefighters go out of their way every day to protect us. And the least we could do is provide them with the equipment they need to do that. And if we can do that and not raise the taxes on the residents of this community, that's a win-win for both. I also want to note that the Appropriations Committee unanimously supported doing this. Financial Planning unanimously supported this. The former town administrator, John Cradair, supported this. And 2 members of the Board of Selectmen supported this. It wasn't the whole board. The board was split. It was 3-2. All right? So 15 people with multiple decades of financial management, municipal financial management of this community recommended to the Board of Selectmen to use ARPA funds to buy the fire truck. 3 of them ignored that. Thank you.
Number 1, please.
Thank you. Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I think we can debate what the ARPA funding was or was not supposed to be used for, but it is here and it is available. If we opt not to pass this at town meeting, we save ourselves about $250,000 worth of interest over the course of the loan, and the Board of Selectmen at their very next meeting could authorize writing the check for the $900,000 and get the order of the fire truck in. So I do, like everyone else who has spoken, is in favor of the fire truck and supporting our fire department, but I do believe that the ARPA funding is a more prudent and fiscally responsible way to purchase it. Thank you.
Number 2, please.
Hi, Mike Hodge, 2 Beechwood Circle. I'm also a member of the Financial Planning Committee, and I've been to enough of these meetings. I will be brief. I 100% think the selectmen should use ARPA funds. That is not what we're voting on. That ship has sailed. They're going to use the funds as they see fit. What's in front of us is a needed fire truck. We can debate this for the next hour. It's still going to come down to we have to get the fire truck. Okay? If we say no, go back to the selectmen, we're going to hope they get it. They didn't. It's costing us about an extra $100,000 than if they did it 2 years ago. So what's not in front of us is how it's going to be paid for. This is not what's up for debate. What's up for debate is, do we want the fire truck? Yes. We can put pressure on the selectmen. We can encourage them to do it, but we're not going to get anywhere. That ship has sailed. So please, I encourage you, unless you have something new to add, we have a long agenda. Vote for the fire truck, and let's not discuss ARPA. That has been discussed ad nauseum by all the committees. Thank you.
Over at number 2 again, please.
Carrie Martinek, 16 Hemlock Drive. Along those lines, just a point of order, there is no motion on the table where it's been published with an adequate amount of time that we would be able to vote on ARPA tonight. So it seems like, just to clarify, this would be the motion at hand, period.
Is there anything else?
No, I was just at the point of order in terms of, could you please explain, is this the only motion at hand? There is no option to add ARPA or anything like that.
I understand that. What it was giving opportunity for people to have discussion or debate on the main topic of Article 17. Okay? And that's why I allowed most of the discussion to go on.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or debate on Article 17? Yes.
Mr. Moderator, Julianne Hirsch, 19 Smith Road. While I respect the opinion of the Financial Planning Committee and Appropriations Committee regarding using ARPA funds for the fire engine, I'd like to just explain that the responsibility of the selectmen is to look at a very large picture of town and the future of how we're spending our money. As has been pointed out when we have had listening sessions, using it for these capital projects was not high on anyone's list. And I also appreciate the goal of keeping the tax bill down, but I'd like to look at ways of using the ARPA money to generate money and look at keeping tax dollars that way. It's been brought up by some of our astute residents that doing something with the money in terms of economic development, solar panels, and seed money for downtown revitalization will give you a return on the investment. So if you would please keep that in mind tonight as you vote for this very necessary fire engine, and think about the best use of how we spend that ARPA money. Thank you so much.
Any further discussion or debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 17. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the use of the fire department for the purchase of one new engine, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $900,000 be raised by borrowing in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore. This will require a 2/3 vote. Tellers, please be on your toes. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? I declare that Article 17 is passed by the 2/3 vote. Article 18, DPW road improvements and maintenance. Jason Perot.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for road improvements and maintenance, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Our DPW director will tell us the way.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article requests funding for another year of our pavement management program. The current roadway funding is $800,000, which includes $500,000 from the state's Chapter 90 program and $300,000 in the operating budget that was previously approved. Approval of this article will provide the additional $300,000 needed to fund the work necessary to improve our current townwide roadway condition. Our 2022 pavement management study shows that the past support provided has allowed the department to maintain the town's roadway surface conditions. In 2022, it rose up to a 76 rating, where it started in 2013 at a 71. We balance our roadway maintenance work with that of all of our other roadway projects that include drainage, culverts, and sidewalks to keep our transportation infrastructure sound, functional, and safe for the community.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 18, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously supports this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Are there any questions or debate on Article 18? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 for road improvements and maintenance, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $300,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 18 has passed. Article 19, DPW, 20-ton dump truck with spreader and plow replacement. Mitch Cohen.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $355,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a 20-ton dump truck with spreader and plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $355,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Second.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This request is to fund the replacement of a 20-ton 2005 dump truck with a salt spreader and plow. The useful life of these vehicles is between 15 and 20 years. The town has 10 in our fleet. We have a cycle of replacing one every other year, so they're replaced at approximately the 20-year age. This truck will be used for snow removal operations and to haul materials during the construction season, and it's going to be very similar to the one you see behind me.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously supports this article.
And Financial Planning, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Any discussion or debate on Article 19? Yes.
Mr. Moderator, Scott, you've got about 3 trucks on file here tonight, along with spreaders and plows. And I got a question. We've been putting a lot of money into vehicles, police vehicles, town road equipment and everything else. We have 16 plows sitting on the grounds over there now. There's another, I saw another 6 or 7 brand new plows down at the water department on School Street, Brigham. And I really don't understand why we keep on spending for more plows and spreaders when we have this gear on hand already. And we're spending an awful lot on new vehicles. We have a lot of new pickup trucks and dump trucks here in town already. I, quite frankly, would encourage everyone tonight to kind of either reject this or at least modify it so we're not, there's no need of picking up any more snow plows when we have 16 or 20 sitting on the ground up there already, and I don't know how many spreaders you have.
Through the moderator, we have 10 large vehicles. Our spreaders are chassis mounted. The resale or the trade-in value is much higher when the spreader is still attached to the chassis. We get a pretty good amount for our trade-in values. These articles also will include, the funding for this article also includes repurposing an older vehicle. So the last vehicle in line is the one that sees the nastiest work. So we try to cycle them through. The newer vehicles are treated a little more nicely with kinder jobs. The older ones don't spend their last few lives very well. Again, our program is to buy a large truck every other year. We have 10 of them, so every 20 years it gets replaced. On our small trucks, we have 7 of them. We buy one every other year on the alternate years. So that way, every 14 years, those trucks get replaced. We have a backup due to COVID. We postponed some vehicle purchases. That's why this year you see this truck, the 20-ton dump, as well as an F600 on the same year. When we trade them in as a usable vehicle to the vendor so they can have some resale value. That's why we get a new plow and a new spreader with it.
Boy, I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense to me. I just can't see it. And 10 trucks for this town, and I think you even contract out some of the plow work and road work. I know we need it, but I think we're overshooting the whole works on it. I don't see the need for more plows. I just don't see it. What are you gonna do with the 16 plows on the ground up there?
They get mounted in the winter and used. They've been removed from the vehicles.
They were sitting up there this winter.
Okay.
And that's the other factor. Of course, you don't want to hear it, but the winter's...
Well, can we keep it on subject here as far as we're drifting a bit?
No, we're not drifting. Well, you're drifting because we're talking snow. It's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to make that point. That, I'm supportive of the fire, of the police, of you guys. Oh, we'll drift. No more rock salt. I worked hard getting that out of here in the 70s. Now you're putting rock salt all on the road. It's too damn expensive, and we got a lot of equipment sitting around. I don't see any need of it. And I'm not sure you need a new damn dump truck every year. That's all.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes, microphone number 1.
Brad Blanchett, 6 Rodney Terrace. I think the DPW has to be put on notice because every single year we're asking for new dump trucks, new plows, things like that. 10 trucks for our small town, I think is way overkill, to be honest with you. We haven't had a lot of snow. 100-year or 20, blizzard of 78, we're locked in our houses for a day. We don't need all this stuff. We really, really don't. And you hear some of these other towns, like, they make do with some of the older equipment. I mean, we don't have to have the shiniest fleet in the area. Thank you.
Any further discussion or debate on Article 19? Yes.
John Campbell, 29 Spruce Hill Drive. I could not disagree more with the previous speaker. When you live in town, what do you want to have happen? You want your roads plowed? You want things maintained? You don't want to have to think about this. And the one asset we have in this town is a terrific Department of Public Works, a terrific director, a very efficient use of assets. And if he says we need a truck, we need a truck.
Thank you. I think we've covered most of the bases. Is there one more base that needs to be covered? Yes, there is.
Sorry, one last question. It's not really a question, it's more of a clarification. Aliyah Bayezid, 8 Sterling Court. I think maybe if you can explain to us exactly how do you come to the numbers? What are the basis of the analysis that you do to come to the numbers of the truck? That might clarify why we need those trucks and why we need to replace them that frequently. Thank you.
So I'm not sure if you're referring to the cost of this specific truck, or why we need 10. Oh, so why we need 10 vehicles. As indicated, the precipitation is changing in town. We're performing a lot more salt treatment, a lot more ice treatment, and less snow removal. That's just part of the climate change. Salt is much more expensive to put down, as one of the residents mentioned earlier. It's much more time consuming. When you have to salt a road in one of the events where it's switching between rain and snow, rain and ice, rain and ice. It doesn't fail. You put salt down, it washes off. You have to put it down again because you can have a quick freeze. The days of a nice 8-inch storm that falls over 4 hours seems to be over. Those were easy. You get out there, you plow everything, people get out of their plows, they go to do sidewalks, and away they go. Now storms seem to be 12, 14 hours, and the salt trucks are making 5 and 6 runs around. It's changed a lot. We've all seen it. I mean, the salt prices are up and our use is way up. So 10 vehicles is what gets us off the roads quickly so that we can get back into sidewalks and parking lots. The same crew that plows the roadways do our sidewalks and our parking lots. The fewer trucks and the fewer men and women we have driving, the longer it takes to get to parking lots, the more likely it is for a school delay, the longer it takes for us to clear the library, the senior center, and the sidewalks.
Thank you. Okay, this is what we're voting on for Article 19. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $355,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a 20-ton dump truck with spreader and plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $355,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 19 passes. Article 20, DPW Highway Garage Tight Tank DEP compliance. Mitch Cohen.
Good evening one more time. Move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $475,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works to fund the installation of a tight tank at the highway garage located at 190 Main Street, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $475,000 be raised by borrowing in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7(1), or any other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded.
Thank you. So this request is to fund the installation of a tight tank system at the highway garage. It'll be through a borrowing mechanism. The existing garage was built in 1984. It no longer complies with state environmental regulations. The building is served by an on-site septic system, and it's not allowed to accept discharge of truck wash water. It needs to be discharged to an underground holding tank referred to as an industrial water storage tank. Work includes modifications to the interior of the building to cut the floor and modify the plumbing, as well as substantial site work and excavation to install the tight tanks.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 20, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to support this article. However, the Appropriations Committee recommended that the Board of Selectmen use ARPA grant funds to eliminate any tax impact.
And may I hear from Financial Planning, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion, any debate on Article 20? Yes. If you can go to microphone number 2, please.
John Northgraves, 47 Cherry Street. Given that this is another debt article, what I looked for and couldn't find was, and I think we need, a table of all debt obligations, which table would show the initial gross amount, the number of years, the annual debt service, and the last year that debt service will be required. Such a table would enable taxpayers to get a single consolidated picture of our overall debt structure and determine how and when and whether we should add additional debt. Thank you.
Any other questions or debate on Article 20? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $475,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works to fund the installation of a tight tank at the highway garage located at 190 Main Street, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $475,000 be raised by borrowing in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7-1, or any other enabling authority, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to issue bonds or notes therefore. This will require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? I declare that Article 20 has passed by the required 2/3 vote. Article 21, DPW 1-ton truck with plow replacement. Scott Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $150,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a 1-ton truck with plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $150,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Second? Do I get a second?
Second.
So this request is to fund the replacement of an existing 2012 one-ton chassis truck, which will be 12 years old when the new truck is brought into service. The useful life of these vehicles is between 10 and 12 years. The new vehicle will be a very similar chassis as you see behind me. The town has, I indicated previously, the town has 7 of these in its fleet. We replace one every other year. These vehicles are used every day. They're the workhorses of the department. You'll see them rolling around town at all times, and it's our first response vehicle. As part of the funding of this article, older vehicles will be repurposed. We don't want to put a hot box, which is a paving box, on a brand-new truck. That gets moved into one of the older trucks. As you get through the fleet, their workload gets a little less pleasant than the new ones. So.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 21, please?
Appropriations Committee unanimously supports this article.
And may I hear from Financial Planning on Article 21?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
I assume we are going to have some questions or debate. Microphone number 1, please.
Brad Blanchett, 6 Rodney Terrace. Can you tell me how and why this is at the end of its use? And there's no other option that you need a new one? You can't just bring it into a shop and fix it?
These vehicles don't see a very pleasant life. They run a lot of salt. They're exposed to the elements. They don't just drive to and from work every day. They're driving around town 8 hours a day, every day. What you see before you, I refer to them as 20/20 vehicles, 20 feet away, from 20 miles an hour. They look fantastic. You put it on a lift, the frame is rotting, the floorboards are rotting. It's these vehicles see a lot of use. It needs to be replaced.
They're a town use, so it's a small area. And I know it's city driving, which is a little harder than highway driving, but honestly, we haven't had a lot of snow in the past few years. So please explain a little more. Give me a little more elaboration as to why this needs to be done right now.
Again, the vehicle being replaced is in disrepair, not mechanically, but the frame and the floor pans are rotted. The engine compartment is deteriorated. We do everything we can to get as much time out of our vehicles as we can. You see that they're clean after every salt event. They all get washed. These vehicles are very well maintained and taken care of so that we can get the full life expectancy out of them. That's why we're here today.
And so Article 19, you mentioned you had 10 of those vehicles, and now you mentioned 8 vehicles. Why do we need so many vehicles in a small town where we don't have a blizzard of 78 or any 100-year storms? I'm just confused.
We have 7 of these vehicles in the fleet. We have 10 of the large vehicles, 7 of these vehicles.
So 17 total?
Yeah, amongst other equipment, yes.
17 total. Okay. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or debate on Article 21? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $150,000 for the use of the Department of Public Works for the purchase of a 1-ton truck with plow, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $150,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. A majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 21 passes. Article 22, DPW Water and Sewer 15-ton truck. Scott Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $225,000 for the use of the DPW Water and Sewer Division for the purchase of a new 15-ton dump truck, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $135,000 be transferred from the Water Enterprise free cash, and the sum of $90,000 be transferred from the Sewer Enterprise free cash, for a total of $225,000 for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. May we have the presentation, please?
Yes, you may, Mr. Moderator. Where'd I end up? So this request is to purchase a 30,000-pound dump truck for use by the Water and Sewer Divisions. The current fleet of vehicles in the Water Sewer Division are smaller daily task vehicles. This truck is large enough to tow the department excavator and will alleviate the need to use the highway department's larger dump trucks when needed to move water and sewer equipment and materials. The cost of this vehicle is being taken out of fund balance for the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund and has no tax impact on it. This is the first new vehicle being introduced to the Public Works fleet in as many years as I've been here. The current operation with the heavy equipment that the Water Sewer Division has is that they have to borrow a vehicle from the highway garage, from the highway department. Water and sewer is operated as enterprise funds. They're independent from the general fund. They operate as two relative small businesses, essentially, and they should be able to be self-supportive with their equipment.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 22, please?
Appropriations voted unanimously to support this article.
And may I hear from Financial Planning?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion or debate on Article 22?
John Rappa, 105 Weston Terrace. There's been discussion about various vehicles and trucks, and we live in a small town. We have no less than 60 miles of roadway in this town. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner?
That's incorrect, sir. We have 80 miles of roadway.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 22. Yes. You're getting your workout tonight.
Well, I mean, I gotta get my steps in, so I didn't work out today. I apologize. But I have young kids in the school system. Our school systems are crumbling. We need new roofs. We need renovations. Every year, they always ask for new dump trucks and new plows. I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, I've had enough of this stuff. I mean, it's a small town, okay? You know what? We get snowed in for a day, it's okay. We're not gonna die, okay? That's it. I've had enough of this. Every single year you guys are like asking for dump trucks and plows and like, it's about the schools. People come here for the schools. It's not because we got the best roads during a snowstorm with 6 inches of snow on the ground. That's it. I'm losing my mind here. I'm really losing my mind. I'm sorry. Like, this is just ridiculous. Brad Blanchett, 6 Rodney Terrace.
Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Carter Brandon, 22 Sherland Drive. I just want to say that, yeah, we live in a small town, and sometimes these big snow plows are the most exciting part of the day, so I like the trucks. Keep up the good work.
Okay. Yes. Microphone number 1.
Tim Houlihan, 15 Deacon. Again, the previous speaker is, I think, a little confused. He's talking about DPW. This is the water and sewer, which is a whole separate entity. And also, it talks about school. If you look, the school budget takes 60% of our budget. So let's have some balance here.
Okay, this is what we're voting on for Article 22. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $225,000 for the use of the DPW Water and Sewer Division for the purchase of a new 15-ton dump truck, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $135,000 be transferred from Water Enterprise free cash, and the sum of $90,000 be transferred from Sewer Enterprise free cash, for a total of $225,000 for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed. Article 22 passes. Article 23, DPW Sewer. Scott Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $125,000 for the use of the sewer division to complete the final phase of the SCADA project, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $125,000 be transferred from the sewer enterprise free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this article is about a SCADA program. It's a supervisory control and data acquisition system. It can monitor, operate, and manage the town's water and sewer infrastructure. The current phase of implementation, which we're in now, the second phase, consists of improvements to 5 of our major system components. That includes our connection with the MWRA, the Assabet water storage tank, West Main Street, Hudson Street, and Route 20 sewer pump stations. The final phase of implementation will provide connectivity of the remaining 5 sewer pump stations. Northborough received a $491,000 federal earmark in the most recently approved federal budget. That earmark requires a 20% local match. That's what we're requesting here, the 20% match.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations on Article 23, please?
Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
And may I hear from Financial Planning on 23?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Have discussion and debate. Microphone number 2.
Eric Martin, 32 Weston Terrace. Mr. Moderator, I'm just wondering, are these SCADA improvements being implemented with NIST? These NIST guidelines are somewhat similar for security?
Through the moderator, yes, it is. We have a risk and resiliency requirement through OEA that we have to comply with. It's on a closed network. It does not utilize the internet.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion or debate on Article 23? I'm just expecting someone to sprint down the aisle, but I guess not. Okay.
We got one.
I'm a new guy. Patrick Bloom, 14 Brendan Drive. I just have a question as to why the SCADA project was even necessary, because it looks to me like you're grabbing metrics about the whole system in general, which could easily instead have been done in sort of a testing. I mean, this is infrastructure that isn't going to change on a regular basis. So you could go to a location, do testing, go to another location, do testing. Essentially the way we've been doing it for such a long period of time. So why is SCADA even necessary?
So I'll give you a good example. A couple of years ago, we suffered a large water leak It was substantial and it was long-term. We were unable to notice it without capturing our records.
How long did it take to notice?
Excuse me?
How long did it take?
We do weekly record reports. That's in accordance with DEP's requirements. It was active for a week. It was cross-country. It took us that long to locate it. On a SCADA system. You get notified of low water alarms if there was a large fire occurring and the MWA valve was not fully open and the tank started to lower. We would be notified and we could remotely operate the MWA valve to provide more water for fire suppression.
So what about similar notifications that you get from, say, people who just don't have water pressure anymore? Stuff that we used to do before stuff like SCADA was even a thing. I mean, this seems to me a little bit more about managing in a granular level exactly how we use the utilities and maybe even dictating how we use these utilities.
No, the SCADA system is only at the pump stations, municipal infrastructure, the water storage tanks. So in the event there was an issue with a sewer pump station and the pump failed.
Okay.
A lot of our pump stations have audible alarms and a light.
So
Forbes Road has that.
Just at the pump station?
That's all it is at the pump station,
Okay.
and we don't get notification. And all of a sudden, people go back to Forbes Road to go to work on Monday, and they see the sewer dumping into the river.
Awesome. Thanks for indulging.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion or debate on Article 23? This is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $125,000 for the use of the sewer division to complete the final phase of the SCADA project, and to meet said appropriations, the sum of $125,000 be transferred from sewer enterprise free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 23 passes.
Thank you.
Article 24.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the use of the school department to fund the repairs of the rear entrance of Z Elementary School, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $40,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by our superintendent of schools.
So a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this is the rear entrance heading into the gymnasium at Z Elementary School. So this article would provide the money to repair this section and make it safe for students and entrance into the school.
Thank you. May I hear from the K through 8 school committee, please? Thank you. The K through 8 unanimously recommends this article. Appropriations Committee, please.
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
And the Financial Planning Committee, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Any discussion or debate on Article 24? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the use of the school department to fund the repairs of the rear entrance of Z Elementary School, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $40,000 be transferred from free cash for expenditure in fiscal year 2023. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 24 passes. Article 25, Algonquin Regional School Athletic Complex.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to approve the sum of $7,960,393, borrowing authorized by the Northborough Southborough Regional School District
to pay costs of renovating and making extraordinary repairs and other improvements to the district's athletic facilities, including, but not limited to, replacing the current football field and junior varsity practice field with turf fields, replacing the existing track, replacing the existing tennis courts, replacing the existing bleachers and press box to ensure compliance with ADA requirements, construction of a new outdoor amphitheater, renovations to the amenities building, and for the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by our Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On behalf of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School Committee, I'm pleased to provide you with information regarding Article 25, the Algonquin Regional High School Athletic Complex Project. The Northborough-Southborough Regional School Committee unanimously voted to appropriate $7,960,393 at its March 15th, 2023 school committee meeting for the improvements. The purpose of this article is to see if the town will vote to approve the $7,960,393 indebtedness authorized by the Regional School District Committee of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District to pay costs of renovating and making extraordinary repairs and other improvements to the district's athletic facilities. I want to thank the Algonquin Regional High School Athletic Complex Building Project Committee for its hard work and dedication over the past 18 months in bringing the project before you to fruition, or proposal to fruition. The discussion and process to get here this evening has been a 10-year process. In 2013 and 14, the Athletic Complex Campus Evaluation and Track Feasibility Study was funded by the Algonquin Athletic Boosters Club. In 2014 through 2019, the district invested in ongoing maintenance of facility funded by the operational budget. In 2019 and 2020, the Algonquin Athletic Booster Club re-engaged Gale Associates in a master plan update. In 2021 and 2022, the district established a building committee, and the district re-engaged Gale Associates in the project evaluation update, facility assessment, and schematic design. This year, the district engaged Gale Associates in engineering and design permitting, final design documents, and bid award services. Why is this project necessary? The current facility has served the communities well over the years. However, it is beyond its useful life, and there are safety issues as a result. The stadium field was top-dressed and overseeded in 2004, and the soil is heavily compacted. The track was reconstructed in 1994, and the surface was recoated in 2009. The track's base layer has failed, and the top surface can no longer be repaired. As a result, the track is unsafe and unusable for track meets. The tennis courts were installed in 2004, and there is significant cracking and failure of the base layer. The current multipurpose field was added in 2004, and similar to the stadium field, the soil is heavily compacted. The challenge with the two main fields is that the use demands do not allow for the fields to be properly rested and are significantly overused. The current complex is not ADA compliant, which includes the current stadium, press box, and amenities and restrooms. The lighting was installed in mid-1990s and does not meet the current lighting standards. The facility is beyond its useful life and poses safety concerns for our students. The scope of the work includes creating a fully compliant ADA athletic complex that includes a reconstructed track, replacing the stadium field and multi-purpose field with artificial turf, replacing the grandstand with ADA compliant seating and press box, replacing the stadium lights with LED lighting, adding LED lighting to the multi-purpose field, reconstructing the tennis courts, adding 3 pickleball courts, and a basketball court, upgrading the amenities building to be ADA compliant, and adding an amphitheater and a lacrosse wall. Here is an image of the tennis courts. What was not shown on the previous slide is the addition of the pickleball courts and a basketball court. Here's a conceptual image of the amphitheater. The proposed project is a significant investment in our educational community, and many will benefit from the improvements. The next generation of students will have access to modern, safe, and ADA-compliant athletic facilities. The residents of Northborough and Southborough will have access to updated tennis and pickleball courts, a basketball court, and an updated track for running and walking. The amphitheater will provide a space for outdoor lessons and performances. The addition of turf fields will provide increased access to community youth sports and organizations. The distribution of the project's costs include sorry, I'm trying to manage two computers here, I'm sorry. The distribution of project costs include general conditions and site preparation, track, stadium field, and stadium lights, amenities building renovation, tennis courts with a basketball and pickleball court, multi-purpose field with lights and amphitheater, a contingency of 12%, design and construction period services for the total of $7,960,393. The projected cost of the project, in accordance with a regional agreement for Northborough, Northborough's apportionment of the project cost is $4,961,713, and Southborough's apportionment is a little under $300 million. $3 million.
Like 300 better.
That's a big error, so I apologize. Maybe there are some Southborough folks who are listening this evening. So project financing and tax impact. If approved this evening, the district will have a 15-year bond, which will be held by the district. In FY 2024, there'll be no tax impact due to the athletic complex project. In FY 25 and 26, Northborough, the district will issue bond anticipation notes for the project. And in FY 25 and 26, the athletic complex project will be interest only. In FY 27, the athletic complex project will be principal and interest, and will have 1 year of overlap with the 2004 renovation project. Ideally, this project would have been brought forward in 2028 once the debt assessment for the regional renovation project was paid off. However, the need is now. So the district has tried to make sure that there was a minimum tax impact in the next 3 years to the taxpayers. In FY 2028 through 2038, the athletic complex would be project principal and interest, and the financials assume a 3.75 interest rate with level debt service. And the average tax impact through FY 27 through FY 38 is $73 or $6.08 monthly. So what are the impacts of non-approval? We believe that there'll be increased future costs of the total project. We'll continue to have unsafe conditions requiring relocation of certain events. For example, track events, field hockey, and lacrosse will need to be relocated. Non-compliance with ADA, limited access to facilities from community groups, recreation and youth sports, continued financial investments to repair for short-term gain, continued poor lighting conditions, and a disconnect between the district's core values, mission, and vision. Comparing the 2013 cost estimate with the 2023 cost estimate, The costs have increased by 65.63% to $6,019,299 for the same scope of work. Waiting a year or more will most certainly add to the overall cost. In closing, the purpose of this article is to see if the town will vote to approve the $7,960,393 indebtedness authorized by the school committee of the Northborough Southborough Regional School District to pay the costs of renovating and making extraordinary repairs and other improvements to the district's athletic facilities. I appreciate the citizens' consideration of this project, and I yield back to the moderator.
Thank you. May I hear from the Regional School Committee on Article 25, please? Thank you. The Regional School Committee unanimously recommends this article. Appropriations Committee, please.
The Appropriations Committee voted 3 in favor of recommending approval of this article and 2 against.
And the Financial Planning Committee, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee, in a vote of 3 yes and 1 abstention, recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. Well, we have people at the microphone. Mic number 1, please.
Yes, Donna Finn MacArthur, 36 Cedar Hill Road. My question is, we're talking about the capital costs here, but I'm curious about the maintenance and who will be maintaining this complex going forward. What will the cost and what kind of increase will we see to the school budget?
So the current cost of maintaining the 2 grass fields is between $60,000 and $90,000 annually. To maintain this new complex, we're estimating anywhere between $15,000 to $30,000 annually. So will be a cost savings due to the fact that we won't be mowing, seeding, and doing other things with the facility.
And will we be hiring someone to maintain that, or will we have the expertise in-house for AstroTurf, because it does require specific kinds of maintenance?
We'll have the expertise in-house.
Okay, thanks.
Microphone number 2, please.
Jack Gamache, 34 Indian Meadow Road. I'm a senior here at Algonquin. I am a captain of 2 of the sports teams, and I participate in a 3rd one as well. I just wanted to come up here and speak to the urgency of why I think we need the new complex. I spend a lot of time at the fields, and I see how much they're used by not only students but people in the community. I have a brother who runs in college, and every time he's home for break or anything, he's using the track. And so I think it's really important that that track is safe for not only our students here, to prioritize their safety, but also just for everybody in the community. My second point is I've also been to a lot of games, and I've had to see a lot of, whether it be grandparents or anybody that might have a disability of sorts, have to sit on the track or somewhere else, or not be able to get to the bathrooms or something like that. So I think it's very important that ADA compliance, like we meet those standards to meet the safety of our students, and then those that are coming to watch the game as well, because I think that's very important. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Over here, microphone number 1, please.
Tim Houlihan, 15 Deacon. I have 2 questions. 1, what is the need for the amphitheater? What does that have to do with sports? And 2, does this require approval by both Northborough and Southborough? And what happens if one town doesn't vote for it?
So it does require approval from both communities for the project to move forward. So Southborough did approve the indebtedness at its annual town meeting. So this evening, if this does not approve, it would go back to the Regional School Committee for further discussion around what are the next steps. In terms of the amphitheater, I think the approach of the committee was to look at this as a community complex, not just an athletic complex. making sure that there are opportunities for our student musicians, our community musicians, to have a place where they can perform outside. So that was the genesis and the idea behind the amphitheater.
Microphone number 2, please.
Mr. Moderator, Chris Covino for Omaha Ave. I have a question for the Appropriations Committee, and I'm just curious as to why the Appropriations Committee was split in their decision to approve this article.
If I may, Mr. Moderator, our chairman is at the microphone now. But I'm the vice chair, and myself and the lady to the left of me with the 2 dissenting votes here. And we feel that the scope of this project is way too large, especially considering that we have 2 projects now, the fire truck and the deep tank from the DPW that unfortunately did not get funded by ARPA. And as the sports arena will not really affect us for the next couple of years. When it does affect us is when the fire department is going to come on and our taxes are going to go sky high. And we just figured, unfortunately, this complex here, this article we're talking about now, cannot be amended. It's a take it or leave it. I'd like to amend a few of the things on it. We think the scope is way too large and some of the money could be used better in other places for the school. So for that reason, right now, I'd like, and I don't know if anyone saw the Community Advocate from this week. There's a very good article, which one of the statements is that the major sports franchises now do not want turf fields. They're going back to the sod because of more injuries and more serious injuries with the turf. So we think there needs to be a lot more discussion on this, and we have to look into it deeper. So for that reason, the 2 of us disagreed on this article.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2, please.
Hi, Tim Kalin, 42 Davis Street. When I actually served on the Board of Selectmen, and when I was on the board, we established the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And the most appealing part of this project is the ADA compliance. To give kids and adults with disabilities access to all these great facilities is such a huge thing in their lives. If you look at the playground that we built, the Assabet playground that we just recently built that is ADA compliant, go over there and watch the kids playing on that playground and how happy they are. And now we have a chance to provide that same sort of access to everybody. And that is incredibly important. And that's a significant reason why I supported this. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Paul Cacciatore, 9 Northgate Road. I am president of the Athletic Boosters. I support this project. There was a lot of work done to this. Much like Tim said, the ADA portion of this project was a major, major thing in my opinion. I've watched many, many families over the years. I have a senior and a freshman in Algonquin push their family members to a non-compliant ADA area to try to use the facilities. That's unacceptable in this town, in my opinion. The second part to this, I would add to Jack's point, is that it's a community project. We have Apple Fest there every year from the community side. I think we'd all agree that's an excellent opportunity to connect as a community. I think we need to follow Southborough and vote this project through. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Lamburn, 244 Hudson Street in Northborough. I have one son who's a junior and one son who graduated from the school. Both are runners. Both used that track, both lost that track freshman year and senior year due to COVID. My junior cannot compete on that track this year. All of our meets are away. That leads us to the busing issues, which leads us to we don't always have a bus. I believe in a town like this, we should have adequate staffing, adequate athletic fields for these children to participate in. I do not think you should compare a fire truck's purchase, which is a life-saving measure, to something athletic with these children. I just want you to vote for your kids, vote for the athletes, vote for the students, vote for the camaraderie, decrease the anxiety, and let these kids be kids. Thank you.
Yes.
Carter Brannon, 22 Sherland Drive. I was just a little, I guess, disappointed to hear that this kind of article was not able to be amended in any way. And just in the future, I think it would make more sense if this is such a large project, such a large cost that has so many different parts to it, if it were possible in the future for similar projects to be able to be voted on specific things specifically, because there's some aspects of this that I imagine are more controversial than others. I think everyone wants to make sure the stadium's ADA compliant, everyone wants to make sure the track is usable, but I think like the turf field, some people have concerns about, and it would make more sense if something like this was voted on one by one. Thanks.
Microphone number 1, please.
Jeff Amberson, 260 Green Street. I was going to stay out of this one. My kids graduated from Algonquin a long time ago. I should know the dates, but I don't. Right now I have 2 of them who have bought houses in Northborough. I've got a third one that's down in Washington, D.C. as a pediatrician. When I look at this, I think back to, 20-something years ago when we had the great debate on the renovation addition to the school. That time, it was my first or second year on the Board of Selectmen, and it was an education. It was an education in kind of the democratic process. There were a lot of people that thought we were nuts to spend the money that we did on the school. There were people that thought that it was unfair because their kids had graduated many years ago, well before the project. But in the end, the community, and I stress the word community, voted to support it. Really, the debate we're having today isn't a lot different, albeit it's on a smaller scale. We're looking at, again, I'll use the word community. Community means people working together and, for a common good, or however you want to put it. I could be that guy that says, why do I care? My kids are gone. But you know what? When my kids were in school, it wasn't just parents paying for the school. It was people that didn't have kids. It was people, older people, grandparents who long ago saw their kids get to the school, but everybody chipped in and everybody did what's right. I hope that people today can look at this in that vein, and whether you have a kid who's in school, a kid who used to be in the school, or whatever, but this is what a community does, and I would urge people to support this. Thank you.
My name is Bob Savage, 49 Sherland Drive, Northborough. I have one question. Is the total cost of this, like, I'm going to round off, $8 million, or is it $10 million?
Yeah, so the total cost is the 7,960.
Okay, so what's Northborough's share?
Hang on one second.
Is South
It's a little
Grove
under
Street-
it's a little under $5 million.
It's under 5 million? Okay, it's not the 7.9?
No.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, I see that there's no more discussion or debate. This is what we're voting on for Article 25. I move the town vote to approve the sum of $7,960,393. Borrowing authorized by the Northborough Southborough Regional School District to pay cost of renovating and making extraordinary repairs and other improvements to the district's athletic facilities, including but not limited to replacing the current football field and junior varsity practice field with turf fields, replacing the existing track, replacing the existing tennis courts, replacing the existing bleachers and press box to ensure compliance with ADA requirements, construction of a new outdoor amphitheater, renovations to the amenities building, and for the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 25 has passed. Article 26, Church Street easement. Kristen Wickstead.
Okay, don't leave.
I'm gonna go sit with
This is my big moment.
I'm gonna go sit with my wife for a second. We got
Okay,
lunch.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town will vote to accept an easement in, over, and through a portion of the property located at and known as 44 West Main Street, Northborough, for the purpose of access to and use, operation, and maintenance of a town-owned sewer pump station located thereon, with the easement area being generally shown as proposed easement A on a plan entitled A&R and Easement Plan 13 Church Street, Northborough, Massachusetts, quotes, old fire station owned by Town of Northborough, 63 Main Street, Northborough, Mass. 01532, dated July 1st, 2022 by Chappell Engineering Associates, LLC, a copy of which is on file in the office of the town clerk and in connection with the provision of a town sewer service connection for the property at 44 West Main Street, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen and the Water and Sewer Commissioners to take all actions and execute all documents necessary in connection therewith.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation will be by our DPW Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this article requests the town accept an easement from the owner of 44 West Main Street, that's WCD Garage, to allow the presence of and access to the Church Street pump station. The rear property line at 13 Church Street, which is the old fire station, was incorrectly located back in '99 when the pump station was constructed. The result is a portion of the pump station was constructed on the abutting property. We've negotiated exchange of that an easement for the pump station for a sewer connection with WCD Garage. The Water Sewer Commissioners approved this and endorsed the actions taken. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from the Board of Selectmen on Article 26, please?
The Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion? Oh, there's a hand over there.
Mr. Moderator, good evening. I'm John Meter, Cedar Hill Road, Chairman of the Water and Sewer Commission. I just wanted to mention that we met on March 10th of this year with Mr. Charpentier. We reviewed, discussed, and voted unanimously to execute a memorandum of agreement, or understanding actually, with the owner of WCD Garage. And as such, we'd urge the town to approve the article. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion or debate on Article 26? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town will vote to accept an easement in, over, and through a portion of the property located at and known as 44 West Main Street, Northborough, for the purpose of access to and use, operation, and maintenance of a town-owned sewer pump station located thereon, with the easement area being generally shown as proposed easement A on a plan entitled A&R and Easement Plan 13 Church Street, Northborough, Massachusetts, old fire station owned by Town of Northborough, 63 Main Street, Northborough, Massachusetts, 01532, dated July 1st, 2022, by Chappell Engineering Associates, LLC, a copy of which is on file in the office of the town clerk, and in connection with the provision of the town sewer service connection for the property of 44 West Main Street, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen and the Water and Sewer Commission to take all actions and execute all documents necessary in connection therewith. This will require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition? I declare that Article 26 has passed by the required 2/3 vote. Article 27, change name of Board of Selectmen to Select Board. Kristen Wickstead.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for special legislation to change the name of the Board of Selectmen to Select Board in the form set forth in the warrant and warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting, and provided further that the General Court may make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill, unless the Board of Selectmen approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the General Court, and that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to approve amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by Rebecca Meekins, our Assistant Town Administrator.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Becca Meekins. I'm the Assistant Town Administrator for Town of Northborough. I'm excited to present to you language contained in Article 27. Article 27 proposes that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the state to approve special legislation to modify the town's charter and bylaws by changing the name of the Board of Selectmen to Select Board. Over the last several years, there's been strong support for using more gender-inclusive language to describe the executive body in many cities and towns across the Commonwealth. Northborough Town Charter, which establishes the form of government and the powers of the selectmen, was initially adopted in 1970, and the title has not been changed since then. In 2020, the Massachusetts Municipal Selectmen's Association changed their name to the Select Board Association to reflect movement among towns to adopt gender-neutral name for their elected policy board. As of April 2021, over 100 boards across the state have adopted the title of Select Board for their elected policy-making body. Also of note, in 2019, the state's last Board of Aldermen made a title change to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a recommendation from the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee?
The Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee voted to support this article.
Thank you. And I know this will sound funny, but I'm going to ask the Board of Selectmen whether they support this action.
The Board of Selectmen, hopefully soon to be the Select Board, unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. I don't know who was there first.
Two.
Number 2. Tries harder.
Yeah, hi, I'm Carter Brannon, 22 Sherland Drive. I was wondering if this article can be amended. There's kind of two parts of it I'm not entirely sure I like, but first, I think that it's a great idea to adopt gender-neutral titles for our elected officials and our boards. I just think Select Board is kind of a boring name. And I especially think Select Board members is just, it seems unnecessarily long, and it would be better if we just called them select members. It's not the board that we select, it's the members of the board that we select, and I feel that they deserve to have a title that's not just the board, but you yourself were selected by the voters of this town. So I don't know if it's too late in the motion process to amend the article, to change it from select board members to select members, and or change select board to something else, say board of select or board of select members.
Does anyone care to respond to that?
Just generally, I'll say that the term select board is really for consistency purposes with other towns and cities across the state that have already made the change. I'm not going to tell you what my personal opinion is on the title, but I think it makes sense to be consistent with what other cities and towns have done across the Commonwealth.
I completely disagree. I think that being consistent is boring, and we should be quirky and not like other towns and name a board something different.
Thank you. Microphone number 1, please.
Yes, Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill Road, and I'm not against this article, but I understand that it's not just quite as simple as just changing the name, that it involves changing a lot of documents involving the town charter. And if that's true, then how are we going to be paying for this? I just think people should know what costs are involved.
Through the moderator, so all correspondence and internal documents that are used by the town will be modified by staff. The town website will be updated by staff. We do have a firm who provides updates to our code and bylaw every year following town meeting, and they would include these changes in the changes that are made tonight through the other articles that are made.
So there's no extra cost involved?
The cost is included in the town clerk's budget as part of the code publishing. I believe the cost to update the entire code on an annual basis is in the range of $5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion or debate on Article 27? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for special legislation to change the name of the Board of Selectmen to Select Board in the form set forth in the warrant and warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting, and provided further that the General Court may make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill unless the Board of Selectmen approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the General Court, and that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to approve the amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 27 has passed. Article 28, remove residency requirement for the town administrator. Jason Perot.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for a special act amending the Northborough Home Rule Charter by deleting the fourth sentence in Section 4-1 so as to eliminate the requirement that the town administrator be a resident of Northborough in the form set forth in the warrant and warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting, and provided further that the General Court may make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill, unless the Board of Selectmen approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the General Court, and that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to approve amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition, or take any action relative thereto.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by our Assistant Town Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 28 proposes to remove the residency requirement for the town administrator position set forth in Section 4-1 of the town charter. As many of you may know, the town of Northborough is experiencing a vacancy in the office of the town administrator for the first time in 15 years. To ensure that Northborough can attract the most qualified pool of candidates, it is necessary that the town consider the removal of the residency requirement. The position of the town administrator was established when the charter was written in 1970. Since that time, much of the professional landscape around the position of town manager/administrator has changed. In 1970, many households were still single-income households. So relocation was much simpler because it only took into consideration one adult's profession. Today, most households are dual income, and relocation can be challenging for families. Additionally, the housing market provides another layer of difficulty as it's volatile. In a 2021 report completed by a municipal consultant, 152 communities were surveyed on whether they had an established residency requirement for their chief administrative officer. Of the 152 communities that were surveyed, 12 of them had a residency requirement, and Northborough was one of them. The Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee voted in favor of Article 28 as proposed.
Thank you. You anticipated my question. And from the Board of Selectmen, any recommendations?
The Northborough Select Board unanimously recommends approval of this article.
It hasn't been enacted yet.
Oh, a technicality.
Thank you. Any discussion or debate on Article 28? Okay.
Patrick Bloom, Brendan Drive. I'd like to discuss the authority that such a position comes with. Can anybody tell me what it is that this person actually does as a town administrator? Why it maybe not being in our best interest for the town administrator to actually live here and be subject to the same things that we are?
So I can speak to the duties of the town administrator just briefly. They're responsible for the day-to-day operation of the town. So they oversee town departments, manage budgets, and they are hired by the select board, who sets the policy. The chief administrative officer puts that policy into motion.
Okay, so they are not responsible for any sort of policy creation?
They are not. The select board is the policy-setting body of the town.
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion or debate? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 28. I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for a special act amending the Northborough Home Rule Charter by deleting the fourth sentence of Section 4.1 so as to eliminate the requirement that the town administrator be a resident of Northborough, in the form set forth in the warrant and warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting, and provided further that the General Court may make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill unless the Board of Selectmen approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the General Court, and that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to approve amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition or take any action relative thereto. A majority vote? All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 28 passes. Article 29, Consolidated Personal Bylaws.
I move the town vote to amend the Consolidated Personnel Bylaw as reflected in the appendix to the warrant entitled Article 29, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendments 2023 Annual Town Meeting, and to authorize and approve payment of fiscal year 2024 wage increases pursuant to Section 1-64-040H of the Personnel Bylaw, subject to and upon the settlement of union contracts for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Becca Meekins.
Thank you. Article 29 proposes the annual changes to the personnel bylaw. You can review those changes on page 37 of the warrant booklet that you have. Included in the proposed amendment is the adoption of the updated compensation scale for all positions classified in Schedule B of the bylaw. The proposed change is a 2% increase in compensation for non-union employees effective July 1, 2023. The proposed increase is consistent with the average increase of the town's collective bargaining units for 2024 as required by the personnel bylaw. As the finance director mentioned earlier, all of our contracts for FY 2024 are settled. The average increase is 2%. In addition to the standard increases to the cost of living as well as the personnel bylaw changes, the town is proposing to increase the wages set forth in Schedule D for van drivers with the senior center to reflect current market conditions for that position. The senior center manages a transportation program that is funded by the WRTA. In exchange for managing that program, hiring drivers, dispatching the service, the town receives funding from the WRTA through a contract. Including in that funding is funds to hire drivers. It's important to note that the Worcester Regional Transportation Administration reimburses 100% of the van driver salaries as part of the transportation contract. So any changes to the van driver wages will have no impact on the Northborough taxpayer because they are paid in full by the WRTA. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from the Personnel Board on Article 29? Mrs. George says that the Personnel Board unanimously supports this article. And the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee?
Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee supports passage of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion, any debate on Article 29? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend the consolidated personnel bylaw as reflected in the appendix to the warrant entitled Article 29, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendments, 2023 Annual Town Meeting, and to authorize and approve payment of FY 2024 wage increases pursuant to Section 1-64-040H of the Personnel Bylaw, subject to and upon the settlement of union contracts for fiscal year 2024. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 29 passes. Article 30, Mr. John Campbell.
Sorry for the delay. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $188,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2024 debt service and expenses associated with the acquisition of the property at 167 Main Street.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell, please present.
Good evening, I'm John Campbell, representing the Community Preservation Committee, and I appreciate you giving us some time tonight to go over our recommendations for this year. A reminder that what we're going to talk about tonight are CPA revenues and state match funds, no additional debt service and so on. The most important thing in this slide tonight is that we've now exceeded $3 million in state match in CPA funds in the town of Northborough, so congratulations. It was a great idea to pass the CPA, and it continues to give us benefits. This year, we expect new fiscal year revenue of about $770,000. As a reminder, we are obligated by law to allocate at least 10% of those to the three core areas: open space, affordable housing creation, and historical preservation. The remainder can be used on any of the three core areas or recreation projects. This year we have a total available to us, including current reserves and the estimated new revenue of about $1.8 million. We're going to propose projects tonight that, if approved, would use approximately $1 million of the new revenue and a portion of the reserves, leaving about $800,000. I'd like to bring up this slide to show us kind of where we've been with CPA in town. And if you notice,
we have a disconnect with the slides.
I apologize for that. I don't quite know how that happened. We are not transferring. I do not understand, but we'll talk our way through it. Mr. Kane, can you help me? Thank you. Gotta have a good IT guy. I'd like to put up the slide to show kind of where we've been in the town and what we voted for. As you can see, about half of the projects have gone to open space and recreation programs, and some of them are terrific projects. The town common is a result of CPA money, open space conservation, field improvements, pickleball courts. You know, a lot of good stuff and some more to come that we'll talk about in a moment. But it also shows the need to pay attention to the other two core areas that were part of the creation of CPA in the first place, that being affordable housing creation and historic preservation. Obviously, the article that we're voting on is going to touch on that in a moment. So what you're voting on is the next bond payment for the White Cliffs purchase that we approved as a town at town meeting in 2016. And I want to bring you back to that moment for a minute. I stood up and represented our committee and proposed that the town purchase White Cliffs because it was on the verge of demolition. We didn't have a good plan at that point, but what we did say is that we thought it was affordable to the town to make this purchase. And it's proven to be so, because we've only used about 25% of our incoming year-over-year CPA revenue each year to pay for that bond, and that would be the case for the remaining 5 payments, one of which you're going to vote on tonight. That purchase, as you recall, was, the property was, round numbers, $1.8 million, and the remainder was maintenance for the ensuing few years. We are just about at the end of that maintenance budget. I'd like to give you an update on what the town's been doing with the White Cliffs project since at each year here at town meeting. So it's been a long process. We've gone through first of all, the closing of the property. A major White Cliffs assessment study was done. The White Cliffs Committee was formed. They found a consultant for market analysis. That analysis resulted in a request for proposals. 3 proposals came into town. And in December, just last December, the White Cliffs Reuse Committee reviewed them, and in January, they made a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen to approve a proposal from the Metro West Collaborative Development. That proposal would invest 10 times our original investment to make the mansion fully restored, make it available for town use in events and functions, and also add 52 units of affordable housing. The request for $800,000 as part of the proposal is also very affordable because we already have the reserves in our CPA accounts, as I mentioned earlier. What we're voting on now and in the ensuing articles, if all approved, would still leave about $800,000 in reserves. And finally, this proposal does align very well with the goals of the CPA and also those of our master plan recently improved in town for enhancement of downtown, more housing in walking distance to downtown, and obviously the restoration of a major historic resource. So a reminder, what you're voting on again is just this next bond payment, but I thought it a good idea to bring you all up to speed. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from Appropriations Committee on Article 30, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
And the Financial Planning Committee, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Any discussion or debate on Article 30? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $188,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to Northborough Community Preservation Committee for fiscal year 2024. Debt service and expenses associated with the acquisition of the property at 167 Main Street. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 30 passes. Article 31, Community Preservation Fund, Administrative Fund. Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $38,500 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for expenses associated with the implementation of the Community Preservation Act, including but not limited to clerical assistance, office supplies, property surveys, appraisals, attorney's fees, and other professional services, recording fees, printing, and all other necessary and proper expenses for the fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell, if you will.
Each year by law, the CPA, your CPC committee is authorized to request up to a 5% maximum for expenses, as was just discussed in the motion. Example of what we use these things for, it partially paid for, actually I think all paid for the market consultant hired by the White Cliffs Committee. And in the past, we've used it for property appraisals and things like that. If we do not use the given funds in a current year, they roll back into the unreserved account. So that the money does not go unexpended, goes back into our reserves.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 31, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion or debate on Article 31? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $38,500 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to Northborough Community Preservation Committee for expenses associated with the implementation of the Community Preservation Act, including but not limited to clerical assistance, office supplies, property surveys, appraisals, attorney's fees, and other professional services, recording fees, printing, and all other necessary and proper expenses for the fiscal year 2024. Again, a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 31 passes. Article 32, the Affordable Housing Reserve.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $77,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and place said amount in the Community Preservation Affordable Housing Reserve Fund.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell.
So this year there was no new proposal for an affordable housing project, and the committee voted to approve the minimum 10% of our expected new revenues toward the Affordable Housing Reserve. But it's always a good reminder for the excellent projects that have been created through CPA, including the affordable home restorations on Main Street and those on Center Drive just behind Trinity Church. This would bring the Affordable Housing Reserve up to around $280,000, I believe, and it'll be used as a future project, so we appreciate your support.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 32, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion or debate on Article 32? Yes, microphone 2.
Carter Brannon, 22 Sherland Drive. Just a question. It seems every year we put the minimum 10% in the affordable housing, and I was just wondering if there's a reason why we've never kind of put more than that.
I think it's been just the last couple of years that we've put the minimum in because of no current project needing more funding. But for the 5, 6, 7 years before that, we were voting on the initiatives to create affordable housing restorations on Main Street. Before that, it was the Center Drive apartments. And also in other years, we have appropriated funds that go to the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. They have a larger reserve, and these are funds that the town approved. However, the town essentially holds onto them until a project is needed. So there's a combined reserve that's growing, and there certainly are initiatives to build more affordable housing or renovate those that could go to affordable housing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other discussion or debate on Article 32? Hearing none, this is what we're going to vote on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $77,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and place said amount in the Community Preservation Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. Article 32 passes. Article 33, Community Preservation Fund, construction of dog park.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $347,500 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Recreation Department and the Department of Public Works for construction of a dog park.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. So the effort to build a dog park has been going on for so many years in town, and there's so much momentum behind this. I don't even have a dog, and I'm excited about this project. It's really been a collaboration by a lot of citizen input, taken a lot of time and due diligence to find a site that would be appropriate and be acceptable to all. We're at that point. At last year's town meeting, you approved the first phase for the design study. This would be a second phase to do a good portion of the construction. And it's important to note that matching funds are available and are coming to Northborough to help bring it to bear. So I do have a slide that shows the overall footprint. More information is available here from the Rec Department or the DPW director. This is off of Boundary Street in the area of Woods. Just if you're driving down, it's just before you get to the trail, the trailhead going into the conservation land around there. It's a great project layout, and I think accomplishes all the goals that people thought it would.
Thank you. May I hear from the Financial Planning Committee on Article 33, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. We have someone at microphone number 1.
Kenny Friedman, 218 Boundary Street. As a resident of Boundary Street, I would ask everyone to strongly consider the thousands, as per a Marlborough Police Department traffic study, of vehicles up and down that road daily. The road is traveled heavily by large tractor-trailer trucks going to the Amazon and FedEx plazas, and cars who do not adhere to the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. I mention this due to my personal concern of the risks by additional traffic. I'm also concerned of the additional risks of the traffic added with this street is barely wide enough currently for 2 cars. Add in snow, it's really tight, let alone the traffic with the park itself. My other concern is where will people park, and I've seen the study up there, the site map, if that lot is full. The street is completely unsafe. There are no sidewalks to walk on. The street I would never personally walk on. I don't take my 3-year-old on it either. I would just suggest we vote no on it. I think it's not the great site for it. I think the street cannot handle any more traffic than we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. And microphone number 2.
Carter Brandon, 22 Sherland Drive. I agree this is not the best site for a dog park. It's kind of too far away from people. Really, not a lot of people live around there that can walk their dogs. There's no sidewalks in Boundary Street. It's not really a safe street that people can walk a dog on to a dog park. I really don't think that our town should be expecting kind of continuing down a car-centric transportation plan and expecting people to drive to this. However, I also understand that a lot of this is being funded through grant funding, and my question is, if this gets voted down tonight, which I don't expect it will, is it possible for that grant funding to be kept and used to go forward with the project at a different location, or is that kind of, this is kind of the only shot we have?
My understanding is that the grant funding is a matching mechanism, so, you know, we can't use it in and of itself. It's granted based on the town previously approving an accepted plan. So, you know, it's like a very big extra percentage on our investment, to answer your question in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, number 2.
Yeah, Rick Robinson, 167 Howard Street. I've been looking at locations for dog parks for about 20 years now, working with the town. I've looked at more locations than I knew existed, because it's every piece of property the town had, thinking that we don't want to have to buy property to do this. I think I looked at one piece of property that had sidewalks. And that was because it happened to be some land that the town owned on that road. There aren't roads with sidewalks that people don't live on. And part of this is not to impinge on neighbors. I mean, we had some great locations, but as soon as we went out and talked to the neighbors, they said, not in my backyard. So this is a great place. This is one we found about 20 years ago, but couldn't do it at that time because of whatever. But it's come up again. This is the best location in town. I can guarantee you that. And as far as parking is concerned, there's plenty of parking along there. If you look at it now, a lot of people walk in the woods and through the trails. There's parking there. There's going to be a dedicated parking lot for this. Parking will not be an issue. But what is going to be the issue if you don't do this? The Stanton Foundation, I've been told that they will be cutting off dog park grants either next year or the year after. So we're going to lose that money if we don't act on this. So please, let's get this going. We've already spent money to do the upfront work. We've got the Stanton Foundation, you know, willing to work with us. We need to go forward with this. Thank you.
Microphone number 1, please.
Kenny Friedman, 218 Boundary. Follow-up question, I guess. The park will be off-leash or on-leash for the dogs? On or off-leash? Off. So who's going to enforce if a dog strays outside of that park? I understand there'll be a fence. Outside of the fence, who is going to enforce that in the town? Nobody. I ask everyone to consider that. I don't want anyone's dog to go out on Boundary Street and get hit by a FedEx truck doing 45 miles an hour up my street. I can tell you what happens every single day. My house shakes every single day because these trucks are flying up Boundary Street. So I really want people to think about this. This isn't a park that's going to be a mile off the road. The entrance to the park that's going to be used is right on Boundary. There's not a lot of room there. The parking lot that exists today maybe can hold 6 to 8 cars. I know there's the other entrance on Hudson Street, which would have to be used, the trails to get there. I don't think that's the project plan either. I really want people to think about that. Boundary Street is not a low-speed street. If we do 30 on that street, you're crawling. So please, I know everyone's geared up for the dog park, and I'm not opposed to a dog park, but I think there could possibly be a better location for it. Thank you.
Microphone number 2, please. Oh, did you want to respond?
If you don't mind, Mr. Moderator,
That's fine.
thank you. So the parking lot contains 5 paved parking spaces, an additional overflow area for another 12 spaces, 10 spaces in the paved area, 12 in the overflow area. It has to go through planning board approvals, which has to comply with the parking regulations in town. In addition, there is for lack of better terms, a sally port mechanism for dogs to get in and out. It's not just one gate, so the dog can go running out. It's you go into one gate, it closes, and then the other gate opens. So there is a mechanism to try to keep the dogs secured in there. There's also 2 different areas, one for smaller dogs, one for larger dogs. And it's designed in accordance with the Stanton Foundation's recommendations. They have also funded a portion of the design through a grant that was recently awarded.
We're over here at microphone number 2, please.
Carter Brandon, 22 Sherland Drive.
Hello again.
I just wanted to kind of express disappointment that the town did not look into purchasing additional open space to build this park, as I think I would have liked to have seen the town attempt to purchase some open space off of Bartlett Street over the past few years before warehouses were built there. Thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Hi, Cindy Ross, 45 Sunset Drive. I do not support the town spending CPA funds hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on a dog park, as opposed to, I'm not hearing any proposals, no warrants at this town meeting for creation of even one additional affordable housing unit. So I'm looking at that human need versus for the pleasure, the perceived pleasure of people's pets. Thank you.
Microphone number 2, please.
Sure. Mike Westbury, I live at 104 Main. I have a couple questions and concerns. The woman who just spoke is one of them. Where is $500,000 going for a dog park? I mean, maybe I'm old school, but I don't understand where all the money is going for that. Could someone help me understand?
Public works projects are frustratingly expensive. I don't disagree with you.
So what is the money getting spent on?
I couldn't hear you?
What is the money getting spent on to build this dog park?
Well, the details of the budget are available to you, but there is a tremendous amount of work that has to go into proper engineering and plans to even get to the point where you can go out for bid on contractors to come in and bring it in. So again, I share your frustration in some respects, but it also has to be done properly to the right codes, putting in the safety elements that Scott mentioned a minute ago. It seems like you're just putting up a fence around some open land, but there's a lot more to it than that. And it has to be both useful and safe and things like that. So I appreciate where you're coming from, but I think it's a reasonably efficient proposal, believe it or not. Almost half of it coming from a grant. Of the other money, it's CPA revenues that we have, no new tax impacts. And the state matching also helped with that. So,
is that also going to fund maintenance over the years?
I believe you want to address that?
Through the moderator. No, Public Works will be maintaining it as we do with all of our parks and grounds. To put it in perspective, just the site clearing and site preparation for this location is $125,000. There's close to $80,000 worth of fencing. Earlier there was an article to paint and do some facial repair for the police station for $70,000. If anybody here has a house that size, you're not going to spend $70,000 painting that house. We have to pay prevailing wage rates. Those are twice, if not a little bit more, than conventional wage rates. So it's very costly to do any municipal construction, and that's where the costs were derived from.
Thank you. I have one additional question, because if I'm not mistaken, that area is currently wooded and close to a wetland area. What's the environmental impact of having a dog park right there, and is there a plan to kind of integrate that area and limit any impact?
Thank you. So the construction, the design process will have to go through multiple boards in town. Conservation Commission is one of them. We've stayed outside of the wetland buffer. Northborough has a 35-foot no-touch zone. We're well outside of that. Environmental controls will be implemented during construction, as any other construction project. The planning board has purview over this as well on the site plan review. This project will go through all the controls and measures that any other construction project is required to do.
Thank you.
Microphone number 1, please.
Mark Bashir, 24 Main Street. I know that it's a beautiful area, a lot of trees there and everything off of that river and everything, but is there going to be a whole lot of tree cutting down? Are you going to change the whole character of the spot when you do that? What is this going to look like from the road? What is it going to, as you accommodate the dog park? How much tree cut? You said $125,000 of just tree cut, of clearance. What is that going to entail? How much different is it going to look than what it looks like now?
The only mass clearing you'll see is down to, we see the number 4. So from the roadway, you need to have clear line of sight to the parking lot. The small dog area, there's a multiple number 4s. The middle area will be cleared. That's open space for active play. But the large dog area in the back, the large rectangle, the old growth trees are going to remain as best as we can. Unhealthy ones will be taken down. The ones that are remaining will be pruned, and that whole area will be mulched. So the intent there is to have a wooded open area for dogs to play, some benches and a walking path through it, and it's a shaded area, so it'll provide a little refuse during the summertime.
Okay, so just number 4, that's the only area. How large is that area, number 4, that's going to be cut down?
The small dog area versus the large?
Yeah, small dog park, yeah.
The small dog area is approximately 10,000 square feet, and the large dog area is about 3/4 of an acre.
Okay, so 10,000 square foot. Okay, so but you're going to clear out all the trees there for the small dog area.
That's correct.
Okay, 10,000 square feet. Okay, but the large dog area will stay pretty much as it is.
That's correct. That'll be a wooded area.
I mean, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions or debate on Article 33?
I'm sorry.
Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $347,500 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Recreation Department and Department of Public Works for construction of a dog park. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? Article 33 passes. Article 34, Community Preservation Fund, construction of ADA accessible trail at the Senior Center. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $119,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and the sum of $251,000 from the Community Preservation Unreserved Fund for the total sum of $370,000 to the Northborough Trails Committee and the Department of Public Works for the construction of an ADA-compliant accessible trail located at the Northborough Senior Center.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell.
So Article 34, like the article before it, is the second phase of a project that the voters approved at last town meeting. This would be for the construction phase of the trail network around the senior center and around the pond next to it. It's really a terrific project. There is some existing trail work that will be enhanced, but the majority that you see in red and around the parking lot and toward the pond will be accessible by wheelchair or other devices as need be. So it's a trail that can be used by multi-generational residents and visitors, and I think, a terrific asset to town. Once again, we're funding this with existing reserves and new revenue. No new debt issue at all, and affordable through, what we've done and with our state match. I ask for your support.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 34, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion or debate on Article 34? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $119,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and the sum of $251,000 from the Community Preservation Unreserved Fund for the total sum of $370,000 to the Northborough Trails Committee and to the Department of Public Works for the construction of an ADA-compliant accessible trail located at the Northborough Senior Center. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those in opposition? Article 34 passes. Article 35, the Community Preservation Fund Library Historic Marker.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $5,060 from the Community Preservation Unreserved Fund to the Northborough Historic District Commission for the purchase and installation of a historic marker for the Northborough Free Library.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
So this is an article asking for you to approve another historic marker. There are several in town that I really think are a nice asset for people to learn more about the town's history. I apologize, the slide is not completely accurate. It's actually to honor the contributions of Cyrus Gale Sr. and Jr. As I understand it, Sr. Appropriated $1,000 back in 1865 for the creation of our free library, and subsequently, Cyrus Gale Jr. donated land and more money for the building of the library, and this marker will honor that history and those contributions.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 35, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted to unanimously recommend approval of this article.
And from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Any discussion, any debate on Article 35? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $5,060 from the Community Preservation Unreserved Fund to the Northborough Historic District Commission for the purchase and installation of a historic marker for the Northborough Free Library. Once again, a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. Article 35 passes.
Thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Are we prepared for Article 36? I believe we are. It's Town Code General Legislation, Chapter 2-28, Earth Removal, Section 2-28-030, and Section 2-28-040. Janet Sandstrom.
I move the town vote to amend Part 2 of the Northborough Town Code, General Legislation, Chapter 2-28, Earth Removal, Section 2-28-030, by adding the underlined text, Section 2-28-040, by deleting the text shown in strike through all as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
The Earth Removal Board is in favor of this article.
Thank you. And Mr. Litchfield?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article seeks to amend the earth removal bylaw in two areas. The first part of the article provides an exemption for construction projects exceeding 1 acre of land disturbance, as projects of this size are also required to obtain a stormwater management and land disturbance permit from the Conservation Commission. The stormwater management and land disturbance permit is more comprehensive and includes post-construction monitoring and controls of stormwater quantity and quality, and the earthwork permit is no longer necessary for projects of this size. The second part of the article is a housekeeping item to remove a reference to the planning board issuing an earthwork permit for projects located in the industrial zoning district, which is no longer the case.
Thank you. May I hear from the, we've heard from the Earthworks. How about the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee? Was action taken on this particular article?
The Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee voted in favor of Article 36 as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion or debate on Article 36? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Part 2 of the Northborough Town Code, General Legislation, Chapter 2-28, Earth Removal, Section 2-28-030, by adding the underlined text, and Section 2-28-040 by deleting the text shown in strike-through as set forth in the warrant. This is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. Article 36 passes. There we go to Article 37. Zoning Bylaw Section 7-02-040. Motion made by Millie Milton.
Good evening. Nice to see everybody here. I'm glad some of you stayed. I move to see if the town will vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough Zoning Bylaw, Section 702-040, by adding the text shown below as underlined. Transient, occupancy of a dwelling unit or sleeping unit for not more than 30 days. Currently, there is no definition of transient in our existing bylaws, and this is a new definition brought forth by the town building inspector, Bob Federico, to bring our town laws up to date with mass building codes for use and regulations. This was a unanimous vote to accept Article 37 by the Planning Board.
I'll second the motion made earlier.
Thank you. Okay. So we've had the motion made and the presentation made. I'm going to get recommendations from the Planning Board. Is there a position from the Planning Board? I can't hear. Who? Okay, thank you. Unanimously supports passing this motion. And Muni Code and Bylaw. Is there a decision based on that one, a recommendation?
It was approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh,
Any
sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any discussion or debate on Article 37?
I have a point of order. In our charter, the power and duties granted to the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee is to advise the town meeting as to new bylaws. Since these articles, the next, all the way up until 50, are amendments to existing bylaws, under what legal authority are they able to make recommendations to the legislative body?
Is that a legal opinion or is that your opinion?
I'm asking the question, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I can't hear you, that's why.
Oh, do you want me to repeat it?
Yes, please.
Sure, this microphone's a little funky. In our charter, the power and duties granted to the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee is to advise the town meeting as to new bylaws. Since these articles, outside of Article 50, are amendments to existing bylaws, under what legal authority are they able to make recommendations to the legislative body?
Excuse me, I had to do a quick sidebar with town council. I can reply to that and say that, you know, through the years, it hasn't just been new articles or changes that have taken place, but also modifications of existing, bylaws have actually come into the purview of the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee.
Okay, so though the charter says new, we've decided to make it modified as well?
New has, in the case of Northborough, included changes.
That doesn't make any sense.
That has been the practice within town meeting.
Okay, is the chair of the committee here?
Of the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee? No.
Is any member of the committee here?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I have a question for the members of the committee. Under what planning board meetings or hearings were attended in order to make recommendations to the legislative body?
I don't understand the question you're asking.
I'm curious to know, based on their recommendations, what meetings or hearings did they attend to get information on making recommendations?
The Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee has meetings usually around town meeting time to review any bylaw changes or other changes, and then they give opinion and recommendation based on that.
Okay, I'll wait for the next one to ask the committee members.
Yes.
Continue.
There is a microphone number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Perot, 27 Treetop Circle, member of the Board of Selectmen, but speaking here just as a private citizen. The charter specifies that the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee operates under the policy direction of the Board of Selectmen and the administrative direction of the administrative officer. If you look at town meeting summaries and results from past years, you can go back to 2007, which is the oldest one that's currently posted online in the town website, and you will find zoning articles that propose amendments that make substantive changes to an existing bylaw. And right there in the warrant is the recommendation of the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee. So there has been a very long-standing practice of that committee to review all bylaws, including zoning bylaws, and to make recommendations for town meeting. In this case, in my opinion, when you're talking about amendments, there are essentially two types or two categories of amendments that might be made. Some of them might be editorial, where you're simply making corrections to typographical errors or mistaken references to other sections of the bylaw code. Those kinds of corrections typically are not in dispute. The other type of correction or type of amendment that might be made would be something that's substantive or technical, something that affects or changes the interpretation and application of the bylaw compared to its previous form. Arguably, you could consider that kind of change to produce a new bylaw. There's certainly a lot of room for interpretation in that regard. Considering that we have a long-standing practice of the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee to make recommendations on all bylaws, I don't see there being an issue in this case this year for any of the bylaws that they have considered and met and proposed. It doesn't seem to me that there's been any objection in past years, and the only reason there might be an objection this year is because of unhappiness that one or more of those recommendations did not recommend approval. If somebody is unhappy with the charter language or feels that it isn't correct or proper, they can take that up with the Board of Selectmen to consider a charter change that is more precise in specifying the charge of the Municipal and Bylaw Committee. If somebody feels that members of the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee are having difficulty executing their responsibilities, they can convey those concerns to the appointing authority for the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee. As far as here and now, whatever bylaws are being proposed in warrant articles for this town meeting, we can simply focus on and address the merits of the proposal and make the decision on that basis. The Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee's recommendations are a matter of the public record at this point. The attendees of town meeting can give whatever weight they choose to give that recommendation. And so I suggest we just simply proceed with the warrant articles, taking into account the recommendation, and conduct the town meeting in this regard, as we always have for many years of long-standing past practice and precedent. Thank you.
Yes, microphone number 2.
In line with historical procedure, we haven't heard from anybody on the municipal committee, only staff. Is there a member of the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee here tonight?
I answered your question. Yes, there is.
Okay, thank you. I would just want the legislative body to be aware that this should be a committee of 5 people. It is currently only 3. They do not have a chair, and it is apparent that they have not attended planning board meetings in order to make recommendations on these upcoming articles. Thank you.
I thank you for that information. Is there anything that's pertaining to Article 37 that people would like to discuss or debate? Hearing no debate, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-02-04, by adding the text shown as underlined, as set forth in the warrant. Because this is a zoning bylaw, it is a 2/3 vote. I may require the tellers. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition? I declare that Article 37 passes by the required 2/3 vote.
Article 38, zoning bylaw, section 702-040, definitions. Temporary structure. This article definition was also brought forth by the building inspector, Bob Federico, but upon further discussion was found to be needing clarification and has been requested to be passed over.
She did. I need a motion to pass over.
I move the town vote to pass over Article 38.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded, thank you. And you did explain earlier, but can you do it again, just why you're passing over?
Upon further discussion, it was found to be needing further clarification.
Okay, thank you. Currently, we have a motion on the floor and seconded to pass over Article 38. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of passing over Article 38, please raise your cards. And those in opposition, Article 38, pass over. The move to pass over Article 38 has passed.
Article 40, zoning bylaw, section 702-040, definition. This is a modification of fence height definition in our zoning bylaws.
Article 39.
Oh.
Yeah, and we need the motion.
Article 39 was to move to pass over Article 38.
No. No. I have Article 39 as zoning bylaw section.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Article 39, zoning bylaw, section 702040 definitions. This is a modification of fence height definition in our bylaws from 6 feet to 7 feet to ensure town bylaw definitions are in agreement with Mass State building codes. Structure is a combination of materials assembled at a fixed, well, it's written down there. I can't even read my own writing here. But it's the strikeout from 6 to 7 feet in height for fencing. Yeah. Well, it got changed by our planner to 40 because I made that. Yeah. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, Northborough zoning bylaw, section 702040, by deleting the text shown in the strike-through and adding the text as underlined as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Is there a presentation?
Basically, that the change, this is a modification of fence height definition in our bylaws from 6 feet to 7 feet to ensure the town bylaw definitions are in agreement with the Mass State building code.
Thank you. May I hear from the planning? Well,
The planning board voted unanimously to accept this article.
And municipal code and bylaw? Is there a vote?
Municipal Code and Bylaw voted in favor of Article 39 as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 39? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-02-040, by deleting the text shown in strike-through and adding the text shown as underlined, as set forth in the warrant. Again, it's a 2/3 vote for this one. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those in opposition. I declare that Article 39 is passed by the required 2/3 vote. Article 40, zoning bylaw, section 7-03-05, site plans. Anthony Zeiton.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, section 7-03-050, site plans, paragraph A2, by adding the text shown as underlined as set forth in the warrant.
Motion's been made and seconded.
This is a housekeeping article that clarifies the decision.
I want you to activate the presentation.
So this is a housekeeping article that clarifies the decision criteria that the planning board must use when approving a site plan. Language clarifies that the special permit with site plan approval only applies to the special permit use as identified in the table of uses. In these instances, the planning board considers both site plan review decision criteria, section 703-050, and decision criteria specific to special permit uses, section 703-040, when rendering decisions. If a by right use, as specified in the table of uses, triggers a different type of special permit, such as groundwater protection or floodplain, then the site plan review decision criteria and groundwater protection, section 707010, or floodplain, section 707010, decision criteria are triggered when rendering decisions. The decisions criteria specific to the special permit uses is not triggered in these instances.
Thank you.
Oh, and this was unanimously approved by the planning board.
Thank you. And Muni Code and Bylaw?
Article 40 was approved by the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion or debate on Article 40?
Mark Hecker, 254 Ball Street.
I can't hear you.
Mark Hecker, 254 Ball Street. Most of the references here refer to 703050, but the underlying text says 705030, and I was wondering if that's a typographic error or I'm reading in the warrant.
So I'm sorry, my name's Laurie Connors and I'm the planning director. The various sections refer to various sections of the zoning bylaw. For example, groundwater protection is covered in the zoning bylaw under section 7-07-010, and the approval criteria for that special permit is encompassed within that section. So the floodplain bylaw is section 7-07-030. And as part of the floodplain special permit bylaw, there is decision criteria. So historically, there's been some confusion about which criteria the special permitting authority is supposed to be using for different types of uses. So this is just clarifying that if you have a by right use, so if you look in the zoning table of uses, and you have uses that are marked Y, those are considered by right uses. So those don't use the special permit criteria that is in this section that's referenced in the zoning bylaw. So it's only special permit uses in the table of uses chart that uses that special permit criteria. That's helpful.
Any discussion or debate on Article 40? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-03-050, site plans, paragraph A2, by adding text shown as underlined as set forth in the warrant. Again, this is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And those opposed? I declare that Article 40 has passed by the required 2/3 vote. I have looked at my timepiece and it says we've reached the witching hour of 10 p.m. May I have a motion to adjourn till tomorrow?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please raise your cards or your hands. This meeting is adjourned till tomorrow at 6 p.m.